subscribe. Subscribe to my guy, Uncle D. Tell him Big Bass sent you.
Dennis Spurling. I'm an attorney here in Houston, Texas, an advocate for black men, largely because I am a black man. I'm a black father. I have black sons. Hey, man, I do what I do.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the broadcast. Shout out to everybody in the chat room, man. Hit the number 1 button and introduce yourself as you get in. Big shout out to Mr. 43TX. Shout out to all of the folks who've been with me for years. Shout out to the new people who just showed up, man. We are going to learn a lot tonight. Somebody type boycott in the chat room. Somebody type boycott in the chat room. It's gonna be a red rose night. I do that for everybody, all the ladies, to try to make this face a little better to look at for you all. But anyway, man, as you guys know, my name is Dennis Spurling, and this is the Dennis Spurling broadcast. And actually tonight is going to be a very serious tone because we're going to talk about some very serious issues, some very serious events. And I've seen this coming. For you guys who don't know, I wrote a 3-part book about 6 or 7 years ago. I actually predicted that Donald Trump would be who he is. This is during his first election. I started writing the book back in 2012, and it finished around about 2016, right before Trump was elected. But the name of the book is Rules to Live By: How to Maintain Peace of Mind and Happiness in a Conflicted World. You can actually go online and purchase these books at Amazon. So feel free to download those books, or you can contact me at spurlingdennis@gmail.com and purchase the books by simple. I can send you a hard copy. I'll even send you an autographed copy of my books. Now, basically, I denote or the underlying premises that I discuss conflict. And when I say conflict, not just war, I'm talking about social conflict, which is what we have right now. As it is right now, we have an incoming population into the United States. Foundational Black Americans have begun to delineate themselves from Africans and Caribbeans because they've reached a threshold point of approximately 25% of the Black American population is non-foundational Black American. And so because of that, we've kind of reached a tipping point. And the truth is a lot of non-foundational Black Americans are beginning to talk stuff. And you can fill in that word. It starts with the S, rhymes with spit, okay? Now, the truth is resources are always going to be limited. People are always going to have different ideas. And at this point, we're dealing with some culture clashes. Now, everybody's mad at foundational Black Americans, and there's really no logical reason why, okay? And what we want to do is, at this particular point, we want to be honest. It's because we've chosen to stand on principle, all right? First, they're upset that we're not participating in the emotional outcry over ICE and the ICE enforcement and deportations. And we're not shedding tears or making special exceptions for Caribbean or African immigrants who are, here illegally. In fact, we're not making exceptions for those who are legally. And there has been, and we've determined, and many understand, this is not our fight. And why should it be? Foundational Black Americans did our part. Over 82% of Black voters cast their ballots for Kamala Harris and the Democratic ticket. And had she been elected president, many of these immigration policies wouldn't have even been happening. But instead of recognizing that, some of these same immigrants have turned their anger on us. And why the disrespect? Why the hostility? The truth is, Africans and Caribbean immigrants now make up 25% of the US population. And that means 1 in 4 so-called Black Americans is either an African immigrant or a first or second generation. And now they feel that they have the numbers and they're feeling emboldened. And they're no longer hiding their contempt. They're openly declaring their cultural and ideological differences with us. And this is what the future looks like if they ever gain cultural dominance in the United States. Disdain for foundational Black Americans, erasure of our legacy, and disrespect for our fight. The problem is, instead of treating them like immigrants from different nations with different cultures and interests, we embrace them. And you all know that's true. Pan-Africanists and the romanticizing of Africa convinced many of our own to open the door and let them in unvetted. But these are the same people whose ancestors sold us into slavery. And the only reason that truth hasn't been front and center for over a century is because early Black American intellectuals believed it would be too divisive. They in the 1920s, they were trying to build a global Black unity, and they feared exposing Africa's role in the slave trade would jeopardize that vision. But here we are in 2025, watching as Africans, especially those who benefit from class privilege, mock, slander, and undermine the very people whose ancestors paid the ultimate price. And that disrespect hasn't gone unnoticed. And in fact, it sparked a real outrage, especially amongst foundational Black American women. And one woman has now proposed that on August 1st, 2025, be the official date that we as a collective begin boycotting African-owned businesses in the United States. I want you to understand that. Black Americans, or there's this woman, and it's caught a lot of steam, and specifically she was speaking about braiding shops, which is big business for a lot of African people. The foundational Black American woman proposed boycotting not just the braiding shops, but others have said all African businesses. And this is not hate, it's about self-respect. And this is what happens when you ignore betrayal for too long. The boycott is the same line in the sand. And to those who dare question it, remember, if you're not willing to demand respect, then you'll never be given any. This is about respect. And it's not the first time that Black Americans have done that. Now, whether you like it or not, there's animosity. Now, I want to go ahead and share with you all this video. I'm going to go ahead and put the chat up. And let me tell you something. You are going to learn a lot tonight. I'm going to take you all some places that some of your professors and theorists have never taken you. You're going to learn a lot. So just hang in there. I'm going to try to move through this as quickly as possible, but it has to be deliberate. But let's check this video out. This is a Black American woman who discusses the boycott. Take a look.
Come here. Come here. This is a message for y'all, especially my Black American women. Come here. Listen. I think it's time for us to show how strong and how powerful the Black American dollar is, since they don't believe us. I think it's time to boycott the braiding shops. That's what I think it's time to do. It's time to boycott the braiding shops. Stop going. We know how to braid. Let's braid our own hair. Support our own small businesses. Stop going to the braid shops. Teach them how to have some fucking respect, because they have none. Black American power. Black American dollar. They need us. We don't need them. Remember that. Do I wish there could be unity in a community? Absolutely. But that ain't gonna happen until they give
Family friendly. Family friendly. Go ahead. Go ahead.
us our fucking respect. And they've never done it. So fuck
Language.
all that. Boycott
Language.
time. No more African braid shops. It's time to boycott the African braid shops. Stop going. Let's show them how powerful our black American dollar is, since they think we can't control this fucking narrative. Since they think we got everything, let's show them how much we really fucking got. Black American power. Again, I'm gonna keep saying it. Like, follow, share, comment below.
Hi guys, welcome back.
All right. Again, now I want to personally applaud myself for not interrupting, because I'm doing my best not to throw my 2 cents in when people are speaking. So shout out to me again. But nevertheless, the young lady came back, and I guess she was getting some pushback, and she posted another video. Let's take a listen.
In a lot of videos, want to know why is the August 1st boycott of African.
I want to point out that she looks a lot better on this particular video than before, because before it looked like she wasn't prepared. She didn't know the video was going to go viral, I'm sure. Okay. But that's okay. You look better now, sweetheart. Look like you got your hair braided. Praise God. Keep listening.
Businesses happening. So I've prepared a few snippets for you to watch. Follow along.
Fair use.
You black Americans, you feel so entitled. Over what? The next right. Lazy ass motherfuckers.
Damn.
Yes, you guys don't like black Americans at all. You guys just say bad things about them. They're criminals. They're from slavery. They are not from Africa. They don't know their home. Oh,
I don't think Africans should be calling themselves black. We have the most genetic diversity in the African continent, and we're reducing it to a skin color. That's a mockery of us as an African peoples.
No, that's what we do here in America, because the dominant people who are in the country don't care about your tribe or what country you come from. All they see is dark. Okay. Now we could call ourselves dark. We could be the dark people instead of the black people, but you're going to be black in America. Nobody's going to try to pronounce the tribe that you're from, the country, and they definitely aren't going to try to pronounce your last name, all of them. But we'll continue. Let's keep listening.
White people are not the problem in America.
Oh, white people.
There is a narrative that is constantly attacking white people in America as if anyone born today enslaved anyone born today.
So she says white people are not the problem in America. I wonder who's the problem then. If it's not white people, maybe it's the Asians, possibly the Latinos. No, must be the Samoans. It's the Samoans' fault, right? It's not white people, right? Couldn't be white people. I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying I wonder who it is if it's not white people. Let's keep guessing.
Today, it did it like nobody that's white today enslaved you.
They cannot walk away and
Yeah, but you know, they still have this racial caste system that they enforce and benefit from. I mean, you know, I don't want to go there now because it's your turn. So we'll let that pass for now. I'll revisit that another day. Let's continue listening to these snippets.
pass the liquor store. That when the cop pull all over, we don't have to stop fighting. I have my First Amendment right.
What do y'all feel
Have
like
my
y'all
First
should
Amendment
do
right.
in order to know where you guys come from? Are you guys doing the DNA?
We're
test to
telling
see which
you,
part of
no,
Africa
we're
come
telling
from?
you
I
we're
know,
from
tell me.
America.
So
That's
you
it.
are still
Like, that's-
enforcing us to have to prove to you that we're black enough or we're African enough.
No, it's an insidious insult to prove that you don't know where you are. That is the reason why they refer to African Americans in the slur akata, which loosely translates to stray cat or cat without a home. So by forcing you to say, I don't know where in Africa I'm from, it is as if you don't have a home to live in. Now, the truth is, many of us foundational Black Americans are of mixed heritage. Some of us are of European, Native American, some have Asian heritage. So it's not just African heritage. And the other thing is, many of our African American brothers, our foundational Black American brothers, are also children of people who were here before slavery and who were not slaves. Did you know that approximately 10,000 people of African descent were in the United States free and living free before 1860. So yeah, invariably, some of those people were here before the first Europeans came to colonize. So let's just keep that in mind. All right, but we'll go ahead and let them proceed with this because we got a barn burner tonight. I hope YouTube doesn't mess me up and demonetize my channel. And remember, if you learn something, I should earn something. Let's
don't feel like we need to do that.
Well, then that's disrespectful.
How is that disrespectful?
Because you don't even want to try.
Y'all not even taking the time to talk to us without criticizing us. Yes. We're weak, we're lazy, we don't fuck with them. Go
the
to
fact that you didn't want to do the DNA test, the fact that you didn't want to do this is showing how ignorant you are. That's what we see.
We didn't want to do the. You're ignorant because you didn't want. Are we talking about a baby? Are we talking about a loose baby that doesn't know who his daddy is? Or a DNA test to determine we know where about we from? We can tell. Okay, but let's keep listening.
Because of that?
No, that's
you sound.
You know why the boycott is happening? I hope all those preceding videos answered your question.
All right. So that being the case, we had some more black people. And when I say black people, I'm talking about foundational black America. You know, we have stuff to say. You know, I don't do too much on TikTok, you know, because that's a little bit too young for me. But I will go over there and check out what's going on the tickety top. Now, here's what the brothers and sisters had to say about the boycott upon hearing about it. Let's keep listening.
To whoever needs to hear this.
Yes.
A boycott is a boycott.
That's true. I agree with that. Go ahead.
A boycott is a boycott.
That's true. A boycott is a boycott.
This video because I wanted to support Shaya's Shelf, who is promoting a protest for August 1st.
Yeah.
Complete blackout on African braiding shops, restaurants, and stores, right? I'm absolutely here for this. I'm showing my support because I do this in my everyday life. I do not shop with the Africans. Ain't no African ever braided my hair, put their hands in my head, or none of that, right? I don't do the restaurants. I stopped like years ago. I do not shop with their stores. If I walk into a store and I accidentally realize, oh, not for me, right? So she's encouraging that we do an August 1st protest all through the month of August. I think it should continue throughout for the rest of the year. Right? Let them really feel the heat. Okay? Because they are confused about who they are, who we are, and what this is all about, right? They're so busy licking boots. They don't seem to want to give us our respect. They need a wake-up call, right? Because clearly they don't understand that the large majority of why you are even in the space that you're in is because of us. And that our dollars are the ones that pay your bills. They just don't because we black them out. I want to see how many white people finna support y'all, right? I want to see how many of y'all businesses is really going to be able to stay afloat month after month of black people not supporting you. Okay. Right? Like, let's really be about it. So in support of Shaya's Shelf, I am even pushing past August, but it starts August 1st. Okay? Boycott. Complete total blackout on Africans. Period. Okay.
I don't know if it's just me, but I honestly feel like I have anxiety and like legitimate trauma associated with these establishments. Like, it's that bad. You're there all day. They tell you one price when you get there and then tell you something different when they have you sitting down. They're disrespectful. They're rude as fuck. It's to the point where it's like dehumanizing at this point, honestly. Like, it's just not healthy. Like, I just don't think it's good for black women's mental health to continue to patronize places that dehumanize black women. And this is something that I've noticed. It's like the ruder you are with some of the people that work at the salon, the nicer they are to you. Like, it's weird as fuck. It's like they...
Now I'm going to take a point of personal privilege and explain that typically when you have to be mean and nasty to people for them to be nice to you, that means they're toxic. That means they grew up in a toxic environment. And unfortunately, that is how you have to treat some people, just in general. I'm not talking specifically about any one group of people, especially including Africans. I'm not saying that, but generally, a telltale sign that somebody grew up in a toxic environment is that when you treat them poorly, they then treat you better. If you find yourself to be someone who's always running after somebody who treats you bad, then that means that you need to heal. Okay. Nevertheless, let's get on back to the boycott. Somebody type boycott in the chat room. Praise God.
They strive in this like weird combative space, and it's just not healthy. It's not cute. It's not professional. It's just it's honestly disgusting. I I wouldn't even describe it as ghetto. Like, me calling it ghetto is actually an insult to ghetto people, because I know ghetto people who still conduct themselves with a certain level of professionalism. So it's beneath the ghetto. That's how bad it is. But yeah, y'all got it. I'm done supporting these businesses. I just don't think it's worth the time. I don't think it's worth the stress. If you know any African braiding salons in the Philly area, or in any area for that matter, that showcase just a certain level of professionalism, please comment below. I would love to support them. You know, we love to circulate the black dollar, but what I'm not about to do is support businesses that
See, that's another thing, and I spoke about this recently. When you give money to African businesses and Caribbean businesses, keep in mind many of them are sending money back home. And so those dollars that you give to those African businesses and those Caribbean businesses are basically sent home in the form of remittance to places like Jamaica, Nigeria, which are the two highest receivers. Nigeria, I believe, received billions of dollars. So keep that in mind. If we always talk about recycling black dollars, we assume that the money will be sent right back into the black community, but that's not what happens. Let's keep listening.
Foster an unsafe environment for black women and for our mental health. Okay. Yeah, I will not be supporting these businesses that disrespect black women. I don't give a fuck if you're Asian owned, black owned, African owned. I don't give a fuck. If you disrespect the black women, you will not be getting my money.
If you're not black, just keep scrolling. This video is for my African Americans and African brothers and sisters. Specifically for us. I am so confused. Why am I seeing that on August 1st, African Americans, or a specific African American, has forged a protest against African businesses, from African restaurants, African braiding salons, anything that is African owned. They have started a campaign that on August 1st, we as black Americans.
Now, you said you're a black American. Now, I'm gonna let everybody look a little closer. And I'm just saying, judging by the length of your forehead, just me, okay, I could be wrong, but judging by the length of your forehead from the center part of your eyebrows to your head, you seem to me, just me, to be, yeah, you're a black American, but this is one of the reasons we need to delineate, because some of these foreheads are telling the truth. Okay, now I know I got a forehead, okay, and I'm losing it because Uncle D is getting a little hairline issue up there. I need to get that hairline implant, but I know my people's forehead when I see them. I'm gonna let you finish, Miss Black American. I'm gonna let you finish, but are you a foundational Black American, or are you someone maybe first generation of African descent? I'm not judging, okay? I'm not judging. You're beautiful from the eyes down, praise God. But I'm just saying, from that forehead up, I know my people, okay? Let's continue.
Will be boycotting these businesses. What the fuck is wrong with this?
Okay, you cussing. I'm gonna let you think about it for a little while longer, and we're gonna move on to someone else who's gonna do less with the profanity. Praise God, because this is a family-friendly broadcast. Okay, what you got to say, baby girl? Come on.
The African braiding shops again.
Yes.
Like, what did the braid shops do to y'all? And also, what are y'all gonna do as an alternative for like getting your hair braided? What are y'all gonna do? Where y'all gonna go?
Own group. They need their own city. They need their own state. They need their own country, bro. Like, I just seen an ugly bitch try to convince the rest of everybody else that we should boycott Africans. We should really sit out here and boycott Africans. We got all these other groups that tell us they don't like us to our face, that do whole shit against us. Y'all want to go ahead and boycott fucking Africans, bro. Africans, bro. That's where we want to start at. That's where we want to.
Technically, that's not where we starting at, brother. It's about respect, sir. It's about respect. Okay, our people are looking for respect, and they feel like. Did you not see the little situation? The lady put all the different clips together. That the clips show. Okay, the clips. Let's keep listening.
That's just across the board boycotts. That's not, no. Don't misdirect your anger at everybody else. Like if you're angry at somebody else or something that someone did or a corporation did or whatever, don't just say, okay, well, I'm going to do this to everybody who looks like that person or is that type of person. Don't do that because everybody didn't do anything.
But when the Korean people, you know, at the little Korean shops, when they don't treat you right, when you're in there getting your feet scraped and whatnot, then we always talk about them as a group. So are we making special allowances for Africans? Are we romanticizing Africans? Is this a Pan-African leakage that you have here? Is it a religion? Because last time I checked, my foundational Black American brothers and sisters were heavy into respect, and to the point that we've made white people respect us, even when they didn't want to. Okay, so just keep that in mind. And we did that at dealing with water hoses and dogs and such. So let's just be mindful of what our people want here. Respect. Respect doesn't cost anything. Anybody who comes to this country should show respect to the people who are already here, especially if those people are the ones that paved the way for you to be here. Okay, let's continue listening.
And it's not supposed to be out of just pure anger. I'm mad at you. It's not supposed to be vindictive.
Do you guys understand that you have free will? Nobody is forcing you to braid your hair with African hair braiding shops. Do you guys understand that you can book with Black Americans through their Instagram, their link in their bio? Go ahead and pay your $500, $600, $700, $800, $1,000 for braids.
I think that's what they plan on doing. You didn't have to tell them that, because before you got here, I remember Black women used to braid their hair all the time. Usually your grandma would do it. And if you didn't want braids, she had a device that she would set on top of a stove, which had a flame. Okay. And as a young boy, a young 4 or 5-year-old boy, I knew when my grandmothers had put this little hot comb, and I thought it was an amazing device. I wanted to borrow it. Like, what, man, this is amazing. But she always kept it in the safe place because I was a bad child. And she would heat it up on the stove, and then you could hear their hair cooking. The hair would be cooking in the kitchen, okay? And the thing is, you know, if it was a good session, you hear that. And then I could always check my cousin's ear tips right there. Their little ear tips, is that what that's called, the top of their ears? And if it had a little black mark on top, that means they didn't hold their head still. Okay, my grandmother would take that thing. If you move your head too much, hold still. Bam, the little hot straightening comb. Hold still. Hold still. It's amazing. It's amazing. It's the torture device that you find in grandma's house. But let's keep listening to what everybody else has to say about this subject matter. Again, we talk about boycott. We just getting warmed up. It's going to be a long, hot night. Let's hear what the brother has to say.
Nobody's begging you. It's simple. Like, every time outrage, backlash. You guys don't get tired. Like,
you guys,
listen, forehead on this. Listen, let me pinch myself down. It's just a lot of forehead. It got to be studied. It got to be. Now, this lady claims she's Black American.
She can be Black American. She just might not be foundational Black American. But go ahead, brother.
Boycotting African businesses. She capping so hard.
Yes,
for
Lord.
These African businesses, people in the comments starting to question, is she really Black?
I
know.
know
She not Black American because her eyes are too far apart. That bridge in her nose is too deep.
Okay.
She don't got the Black American features.
We know.
Believe me, let me show you what I'm talking about. This is a Black American woman eyes.
True.
See the smaller bridge, nose, the eyes.
True. I'm gonna let him go ahead and finish this taxonomy, but let's do
small.
He just clowned.
They are not from Africa. They don't know their home.
I don't think Africans should be calling themselves Black. We have the most genetic diversity.
See, we back to
Say
that
again. August 1st, we're going to start, and for the entire month of August, no support for African businesses from Black America. Now, there are some of you in the comments that are saying, well, if we're going to do this to our own people, to Africans, which, by the way, they're not our own people.
They're not our own people. That's not what we said. That's what they said. Now, let me let her finish.
They are not Black American, and they don't even want to associate themselves with us, but I digress. If we're gonna do this to them, then y'all are saying, well, we should do this to the Asians, we should do this to the Arabs, we should do this to this. I agree. And if you want to do that, start your cause. Shit, again, our bees in the trap. I'm about this life. We can do one ethnicity.
She looked like she about that life. Now let's go ahead and move on to some more intense responses from the African diaspora. Okay, let's hear what they have to say.
We failed to boycott Lululemon. We failed to boycott all the businesses that are failing us. But we woke up and chose to boycott African businesses starting August 1st. I'm here to tell you that August 1st is too far. Actually, I should start like right now.
Start today.
And boycott it forever because obviously priorities aren't set straight.
So what this young lady is saying that, hey, why you Black Americans, why you foundational Black Americans waiting on August 1st? Go ahead and boycott now. Because on the 1st is when we get our check. Okay. And when you get your check, that's when you go get your hair braided. Right now, people are trying to put together some money to make sure that they can pay the bills for the rest of the month. Okay. Today is like the last week of the month. Okay. So they don't have their braid hair money right now. Okay. That's why the 1st, okay, the 1st on the 1st of the month, wake up, wake up, wake up on the 1st. That's something that we understand. Okay. Everything happened on the 1st. When I was a little boy, I knew it was the 1st because my grandmother would send me to the corner where the meat market was, and she would ask for a bag of, I could get a bag of Funyuns, okay? And she would ask for a Ruth Chris, okay? And she couldn't eat it with her teeth. She had to take her teeth out. A Ruth Chris, a half a pound of hot hog head cheese, and some saltine crackers, and some hamburger meat, okay? That's what I would be sent to the store. I would have a little note in my hand. I was 5 years old. This is probably illegal now. You can't send children up the street like that back in the day. Now, my Aunt Florence used to send me to the store for a pack of Newports, okay? And some menthol lights. But that's different. That's a whole different story. Y'all don't need to hear about that. But anyway, okay, that's why we wait for the 1st, okay? But I'm going to let you finish. Praise God.
Great. Yeah, they're all the way messed up.
On the side of her face. Let's take a look at that. Was that a growth? Is that a star or something? Anyway, let me let you go, baby. I don't know what's going on with you, but praise God. Let's listen to this lady. We're going to call her eyelashes. Eyelashes,
they're
what you got to
all
say?
the way messed up.
You called us African booty scratchers. We took it.
We call ourselves African booty scratchers, but go ahead.
You said we stink when we were in school. We took it.
Your eyebrows and your bonnet, is this what you brought? This is what you picked up from foundational Black American culture? I mean, this, you all associate with the lowest rung of our culture. That's the thing I hate the most. Black American culture is far more than bonnets and eyelashes that look like little caterpillars sticking off your head. But go ahead, baby. Go ahead. Let's see what you got.
You made fun of our music. We took it.
I like the music.
You said what to us in schools. We took it.
Black kids talk about everybody.
Recently, you came on here and made fun of all of our fools. We took it.
We make fun of everything. That's what Black Americans do. We capping, jawing, roasting, bagging. We do that every day. Have you not seen my comment section? Do you not know that that's what we do? It's part of the culture. It's how we toughen you up to make sure when the white folk call you out your name, you ready to deal with it. Because if you explode, guess what? We all got to get involved. So we have learned throughout our time here in this country that what we must do is we must control ourselves and control our tempers. You see? And so what they're actually doing is basically treating you like family. They're treating you just like you're one of us, capping on you and roasting you and telling you stink. Okay? Don't take offended. Somebody needs to tell you that. That's what we do. I mean, shooting, playing the dozens. Okay? This is the culture. Keep going.
The whole continent of Africa, you said that our food is nasty. We took it. You said nobody lines up to eat African food because it's nasty.
You all sold us into slavery and we took it. You all didn't send anybody to come over here and get us, and we took it. You all called us Akatas and talked poorly about us and told us we was crooks and criminals, and we took it. So be mindful of that, ma'am.
And that we should put butter on our fufu. We took it.
Yes.
But now you're trying to boycott our businesses?
I don't think they're trying.
Oh, we're going to take that too. We're going to take it. And while we're at that, give me back the braids. Give me back.
I think we're going to say, give us back those positions at those colleges and universities. Give us back those positions at those medical schools. Give us back those positions at those PhD programs. Okay, how about that? How about those set-asides? Give us all that back too. While you can have your braids back, and we'll take those positions at the medical schools back and those elite universities. But go ahead, proceed.
Or the braids.
Somebody says she looked like a mirror. It's okay, but anyway, go keep it fun.
Wait a minute. So y'all are telling me starting August 1st, y'all are gonna boycott African businesses? I don't understand where did the connect happen. Like, I thought we was cool back in like the early 2000s.
We were trying to be cool with y'all, but it's a respect thing. It's respect. You're disrespectful. That's what's been said.
Y'all was calling us African booty scratchers, making fun of us for speaking a different language and just being different in general. Never really included us. And then here comes the 2010s and shit, and y'all are like, tripped out in dashikis, taking 23andMe, Ancestry test.
No, we've been had on. We took the dashikis off. It was back in the day they were wearing the dashikis. We started Pan-Africanism in 1965 through the Civil Rights Bill, immigration. We did away with that, so you all can come over here. 1965. So just keep on listening.
Talk about I'm half Nigerian, don't know shit about the culture, but y'all want it to be.
You don't know anything about Black American culture either, and you live here. Why would we know anything about Nigerian culture? How many cultures are in the country of Nigeria? Because there are dozens and dozens of different cultures and subcultures here in the country of the United States of America. So do you know all about Nigerian culture? Because I'm gonna tell you, I've yet to figure out what them Geechee people are doing over there in South Carolina. I still don't understand their culture, okay? I lived in New Orleans, and I don't understand their culture. I do crazy people down there, but I like them, you understand? But let's keep listening.
And hop on this African trend so bad for what? Just for y'all to take that shit away in the 2020s? And make it make sense. Y'all are going to complain about going to Shayla, paying $350 for some large knotless braids, and she's going to charge you half of the deposit, and if you don't pay that shit on time, she's going to charge you another $10 just because you didn't pay for that shit on time. And y'all are going to boycott the African braiding shops. Them motherfuckers didn't do shit to you. They do your hair in a fast and cheap manner, but y'all gonna boycott them for what?
Yes.
I want to make this very clear. Africa is a fucking continent with 54 countries.
Yeah, and we're not talking about all the Africans. We're talking about the Africans over here in America who are disrespectful. That's what the sister was saying, okay?
I'm tired of y'all bitches getting that wrong because y'all coming on here sounding dumb, stupid, and broke on some real shit. These people come all the way across the Atlantic Ocean to start a new life, don't know the language, don't know the tradition, don't know shit. Get it out the mud, the real depth.
Not getting it out the mud. Okay, we got it out the mud. We got it out the cotton field. We got it out the tobacco fields. You're not getting it out the mud, okay? The path was paved before you got here. Just keep that in mind.
Definition of getting it out the mud, and y'all gonna boycott them because y'all mad that fufu don't got flavor. Is that what it is? I don't know where this is stemming from. And this is why the Black African American community will always have the crabs in the bucket mentality, because
it's our fault. Well, you know, was it any better in Nigeria, baby? Because to me, it looked like y'all didn't like 200 people get unalived over there recently. Let's keep listening. Go ahead.
We're doing stupid shit like this over some little shit when this should be the time where we're really united together. We have a whole ass country against us. A whole ass administration against us.
And we don't need you against us, sister. Okay, but
the last thing we need is to be against each other. But y'all want to boycott African businesses.
Stupid. Yeah. Okay. So let's go ahead and move forward. So, you know, it was all fun and games. People had a lot to say. And then it took a very serious turn. Now this, you know, young lady here, okay, with the strong accent. All right, I want you to just listen to it. This young lady here with the strong accent took it a level too far. And I want you to hear what she has to say, and you all tell me what you think about it. But this definitely perked my interest, okay? Let's keep listening.
Let's reach the consensus of all African and Caribbeans. Everybody from Jamaica, Trinidad, Haiti, and Africa.
Just so you know, this message is meant for not just people from Africa, but also people from the Caribbean, Haiti, Jamaica. She's calling all of you all. So I guess that means that she has feels some commonality with you all. Now I know in the UK that the Africans and the Caribbeans are having some little tiff going on over there, but apparently over here, when it comes to foundational Black Americans, you know, they linked up. So I want you Caribbeans, where the Caribbeans at? They're dragging you into this. I want all you Caribbean folk to know that the African lady is dragging you all into this. Is this something we should know about? All right, let's go ahead and keep listening. Not my words, her words. Shout out to Zone 6. That's us, right?
If this meet your consent, since the Black American want to go to war, let's try. Let's see.
Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. I'm gonna not talk so you can hear what this woman said. Black Americans didn't say go to war. We said boycott African businesses on August 1st. You said go to war. That's what you said. Okay, I'm gonna just so you know, it's not my words. This is the hot mess that's on the internet right now. So let's deal with it.
Let's try. Let's see.
Let's try it and let's see.
All of us that call out one day from work, all of us across the United States, all immigrants call out from work.
So, okay, so you didn't mean war. What you meant was some sort of employment strike. You should have said that, because when you said war, this is America. That's what we do. I don't think you understand the difference between an employment boycott or staying at home, calling in sick, and war. You playing, okay? I just want you to know that you're gonna lose your job changing white people's bedpans, ma'am. Okay, you saying the wrong thing on Al Gore's internet. You need to cut it out. But I'm gonna let you finish with your foolish self.
Yes. If they want to go to war, let's see what they can prove.
Again.
And also, all immigrants, like your businesses from all Black Americans, simple as that. Don't let them go into your grocery store.
Don't let them go into your grocery store. Okay, so now we are being banned from public accommodations. That sounds mighty white of you. We actually had some Supreme Court cases about that. There was a gentleman named the Honorable Thurgood Marshall, who was a great lawyer here, a foundational Black American man who tried a case, Brown versus the Board of Education, and so many others it's a line of cases there that said that's illegal, public accommodations. But we're going to go ahead. Maybe that's how you do it in your country, but go ahead.
Don't let them go into your restaurant. Don't let them go into your salon. You want to go to war? We will. And also we can ask all our African doctors, boycott all Black American treatment.
So you want the African doctors who have taken a Hippocratic oath to deny health care to Black Americans. Okay, because what now? That's what you want them to do. So they're just gonna lose their medical licenses. All right, go ahead with this hot mess. This is where we're going, not me. I'm just letting you hear the footage.
Like I said, you don't want to go to war with African.
We don't want to go to war with Africa. We are in America, ma'am. we are in the United States of America. We don't have to go to war with Africa because we're not over there. Shout out to that boy. Africa is at war with itself.
We are 54 freaking countries.
You are 54 freaking countries on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean, ma'am. Okay, you are over there on the Atlantic Ocean, other side. Not here in America, okay? But go ahead and keep on going.
The population of African in the United States is more than your Black American population.
The population of African in the United States is more than your Black American population. Now, does that even make sense? So you telling me of the 45 million Black people in the United States, the majority of them, now there's 35 million foundational Black Americans. You telling me there's a secret 36 plus million Africans here in the United States? That what you're trying to say? Are you just making up stuff to win arguments? Is that what's going on? Seems like it. Seems like it. Okay. It to me. And you got half your forehead healed, but I can still see it. But let's keep listening.
Just so you know.
That's so we can know.
That's the reason why 64% of the Democratic vote is immigrant.
64% of the Democratic vote is immigrant. Okay, is that in? So you bringing the Mexicans into? The Mexicans got their own problems. They don't really like you anyway. I'm just gonna say they got this blanqueamiento thing. They got this mejor la raza thing. But go ahead, Sweetness. Go ahead.
And out of that 64, 54 is black.
54% of the immigrants of that. Okay, I'm gonna let you finish.
So Black America, you don't want to go to war with us.
That's you said war.
At this point, I don't care if you're a Democrat or if you're a Republican, because the stupid black Republicans.
The stupid black Republicans. Now I live in Texas, and it's a lot of black Republicans here. Did you know that most Republicans were black before the 1960s? Did you know that? Shout out to all the stupid black Republicans that she called you stupid. Okay, but go ahead, man.
That are being controlled by the white tea.
The white
brought
tea.
This up, and it seems to be.
Why don't you just say white? Why you gotta say white tea? They know who they are. We know who they are. You know, what if they start calling us Black E? That wouldn't be cool. But go ahead.
That some of you on the Democratic Party side are also getting along. So you want to pick that fight? We can do so.
You talk about war.
We can ask our 54% vote to boycott the coming elections. Oh yes, I can guarantee
y'all even
when
vote.
we boycott it,
y'all immigrants.
You will have no seat.
Let me get my aspirin.
Don't play with us.
It's gonna be a long night. Where is my?
We are calm. We don't intend to insult nobody. We don't look down on anybody.
You do insult
you
people.
Went through pain. We went through pain.
You went through
yes, you went through slavery. We went through slavery in our own house. But we decided in Africa that we're going to put the past behind. We're going to fight for a better Africa.
That's what you did. You said you're going to put the past behind. No, what you did is you put your country behind. And you came here. You brought your behind here to America, where it was nice. And we have air conditioning. We don't have Nigeria-style mosquitoes. That's why you came here. Okay? That's why you came here. You need to stop with the falsehoods. But anyway, somebody put the ICE hotline in the chat room. We're going to get that ICE hotline popping. Now, of course, this is a whole nother level of antagonism. Look how handsome I am. Look how handsome I was when I was 40. Oh, handsome. I was a handsome man. But anyway, you said war too many times. Okay? And this is America, and we don't play like that. And part of our culture that you all say doesn't exist is black folk, when other people from other ethnicities begin to, I don't know, team up on us because of our race, we come together, you see? And you are going to get a response. Now, there was one brother, and this brother had this to say in response. He's apparently over at the range, enjoying his 2A. And I don't know, maybe he's working somewhere at a plant. I don't know. He's got earphones on. But I want you to hear what the brother said, because he responded directly to this lady and her threats, I guess. But let's listen.
These Africans really on one. They do not like us. First off, they never liked us. But second off, the fact that they done caught wind of us boycotting, going to their businesses is fucking hilarious. Look at this bush bitch. And I'll be right back.
The consensus of all African and Caribbeans, everybody from Jamaica, Trinidad, Haiti, and Africa, if this meet your consent, since the Black American want to go to war, Let's try. Let's see. All of us that call out one day from work, all of us across the United States, all immigrant call out from work. Yes. If they want to go to war, let's see what they can prove. And also, all immigrant, like your businesses from all Black American. Simple as that. Don't let them go into your grocery store. Don't let them go into your restaurant. Don't let them go into your salon. You want to go to war? We will. And also, we can ask all our African doctors, yeah, boycott all Black American treatment. Like I said, you don't want to go to war with African. Trust me. We are 54 freaking country.
Bad facts, man. Bad facts. Well, go ahead.
The population of African in the United States is more than your Black American population. Just so you know. That's the reason why 64% of the Democratic vote is immigrant. And out of that 64, 54 is Black. So Black America, you don't want to go to war with us.
So, first off, bitch, I don't know who you think you're threatening. Let me tell you this.
Tell them, bro. Look, the brother's gonna go in a little bit on it, but I'm just saying, let's listen.
Black Americans, we've been spending money with y'all willingly.
We have embraced them. This is sad. Go ahead. All we asking for is respect. That's what I want you all to understand. But go ahead, brother. Go ahead. We've been treating them. Go and talk to them.
Restaurants. You know, girls gonna get their hair braided up and shit. Y'all know y'all been of service to Black Americans. Y'all know y'all serve us, right? A well-paid slave is nonetheless still a slave. I don't give a fuck how much y'all charging for them all the braids and shit y'all doing. Black women have it to just give it to her. Even though y'all be sitting around her doing her braids, talking shit about her the whole time, she know y'all been talking shit about her.
She know. So anyway, family, it's time for us to really dig into the learning. Now, some of you all know a gentleman who goes by the name Professor Griff. Anybody know who Professor Griff is? Huh? You know who that is? Huh? Professor Griff. Because see, what's happening is this gentleman said the following, and I'm gonna let you all hear what Professor Griff had to say. Okay, I'm gonna let you hear what he had to say. Okay.
I want to see you because you could be anyone that we talk to.
Let me get this popping first. Okay. Everybody has something to say when Black people.
Way beyond some TikTok information. I want to be able to a YouTube clip. Way beyond some TikTok information. I want to be able to read these things for myself. Africans as a broad term did not sell Black people into slavery. Show me where there's an African slave trade on the continent of Africa. Can anyone send me some references?
I'm gonna do
African slave trade.
Show
me where that was happening.
So, as you see, this gentleman, Professor Griff, a lot of these people are Pan-Africanists, and they have romanticized Africa, and they're going out of their way to try to convince us, oh, just let this slide. Just keep listening. Fair use, fair use.
The African content. Please give me some references.
We're going to do it. We're going to make sure we give you the references, sir. We want to do that, sir.
Put the invitation back in the chat.
All right. So, and there's another man.
See your face in case I bump into you at Walmart.
This is a situation.
There's 54 countries, I believe. Okay.
Ghana apologize.
Yeah. So he's talking about Ghana.
Europeans. That's one reference.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put the gentleman's link in the chat room. Y'all can go over there and check it out. But this is one of those things that came up as a result of this threatened boycott, because people keep saying we're on the same side and we're the same people. But a lot of people say, no, we're not. We're not the same people. And so because of that, you know, because of the animosity that's coming up now, I got some other videos.
I didn't know that.
What he's saying?
I didn't know that.
They run this shit down. They run this shit down.
And the reason
you said, shouldn't we hate the Africans who participated in the slave trade? I want you to show me one country in Africa today that benefits right now from the fact we was enslaved.
you're moving the goalpost.
I'm not moving the
You
goalpost.
are.
No, I'm not.
You are. You
no,
said
I'm not.
yes, you are. Stop.
No, I'm not.
Stop.
So what the man is trying to say is there's no one country that benefits from no one African country that benefits from the wrongs they did to foundational Black Americans back in the past. And so therefore, and because of that, they should be, we should let them slide. Okay, they should be allowed to escape without punishment. And you all know my opinion on that situation. I believe that everybody responsible for foundational Black American pain and suffering having to do with the slave trade, anybody involved owes us a debt. And I'm just going to call it like I see it. Now, let's continue listening to Dr. Umar Johnson.
Stop. You said Portuguese people or the Portuguese, and I'm agreeing with you. They were some of the pioneers of this bullshit. I'm agreeing with you. Stop. I'm agreeing.
And they're not done. Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
You're not
Who colonized Brazil?
You're not letting me
Who
finish.
colonized Brazil?
Portuguese.
Who still controls Brazil?
Portuguese.
I made my fucking point.
True. I'm not.
Today they still.
I ain't get the point, but go ahead.
That don't matter.
Brazil is the largest population of Black people outside of Africa. And what are they flipping? Portuguese!
What's the point? What's the point?
I didn't know that.
Fuck he saying?
Why you so loud, brother? Why you so loud? You gonna pop a blood vessel being that damn loud. Go ahead.
I didn't know that.
They run this shit down. They run this shit down.
And the reason why is
This
because
ain't
they
past
established.
tense.
Too many Black people that don't want to go with me to Brazil when I say that, for that to be true.
No.
There's more of us in Brazil than any country on earth
I don't know the point. We're gonna let them keep talking. Shout out to Johnny
outside
Harris.
of Nigeria.
He's right. 1000% right.
Brazil is Black.
So let me ask you this. Imani's question to you was, should we hold the same contempt?
And I answered his question.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
Yes,
I did. Well, let me answer it. I gave him
let me ask.
You're talking loud, sir. You're talking loud. You won't let the brother get his word in, but you going.
Let me ask it, please.
Hold on.
Yeah, no, you old them.
Hold on.
Okay.
The difference is, no African country benefits today
still
from the slave trade.
Slave trade.
That don't matter. They still did it, sir.
And I would even argue that the benefit that they did have for participating in it was minimal. Because right after slavery ended, what happened next? Colonization.
When we finish today, you're gonna see how the Africans' participation in the slave trade is what gave rise to colonization. You all are gonna learn in a minute. You're gonna learn something tonight. It's gonna be painful. I'm gonna burn your ears up tonight.
Came into Africa and enslaved you in your own land. But here's what I want you to understand, which I think you know anyway. The transatlantic slave trade, what we call the Ma'afa, was a European enterprise. They built
it was a what, sir?
it, they ran it, they benefited from it, they expanded it.
Did anybody else benefit at all? Did anybody else help build it and maintain it? Sir, let's be honest now.
It was not an African-controlled enterprise.
It was not. Listen to what Dr. Umar said. It was not an African-controlled enterprise.
There were some Africans involved.
Some. Somebody type some in the chat room. Some Africans involved. Let's keep listening.
Absolutely, but that was minimal compared to the grandiosity of the scheme itself.
It was minimal. Keep listening.
You understand what I'm saying?
Praise God. Let's keep listening to you, brother. We heard you. You was all
When y'all say that African people sold us into slavery, what it teaches me is three things. One, that you guys don't view us as a diverse set of people with different genotypes and phenotypes, cultures, ethnicities, religions, clans, neighborhoods, kingdoms, you name it. You view us as the same people. One race, one monolithic group of people.
We not the same.
We all in the club, we all fam. Like, that's literally how y'all see us.
So we're not the same. So did she just say we're not the same? Okay, we're not the same.
We people in modern times tend to look at history from a 21st century perspective rather than the perspective of the people who were living in those times.
All right.
And number three, what it teaches me is that a lot of you don't seem to see slavery as something that happened to African people. You think because you've delineated from Africans and Africa, and rightfully so.
No, it sounds like you all delineated from us when y'all determined we were not the same and then you put us on those ships and sold us. That's what it sounds like to me. You all delineated first, ma'am, based on what you just said. We're not the same, ma'am. That's what you said.
You seem to think that Africans are this big bad boogeyman that just rounded up all these people and sold y'all off. When in reality, the average West African and Central African in this day and age is related to the people that were sold, not the people who were doing the selling.
So just because they're related, that's what we said. They are related, but you all said they're different people. Now you're going to have to pick a lane and stay in it, but let's keep listening.
People that were selling slaves were aristocrats, were kings and queens, were chiefs, were people of...
So you telling me the aristocrats and the kings and queens were the ones that hopped off, they hopped on a camel, and they rode off to the middle of Nigeria and Ghana somewhere with the camel, and they rounded people up and dragged them all the way back to the shore. That's what you're telling us. Wasn't it? Nobody else helped, because my understanding is in order to get to the coast, people were sold often 5 times. That means 5 different groups of people handled these folk, and everybody benefited. Shout out to Johnny Harris. And those are different kingdoms. Let's keep listening.
High status in power, militarily and politically.
Mm-hmm.
And there were slave catchers, don't get me wrong.
you.
What I'm not going to do is try to pretend as if there weren't average, everyday Africans going around capturing people and selling people off for a quick buck or a mirror or some alcohol. We're not going to sit up here and pretend as if that hasn't happened.
It was big business. It lasted over 5 centuries. And on top of that, 1,300 years before that, you were selling folk in the transatlantic slave trade. So this is your business. Let's keep listening.
Happened. But what I'm trying to say here is that the average West and Central African today has ancestors who are related to the people who were sold. They have ancestors who have daughters that were kidnapped. They have ancestors that have husbands, that have wives, that have uncles, that have aunties, that have parents that were sold.
So just because they were sold and they sold some of their relatives doesn't mean they're absolved of guilt. I know it's people who unalive their own family members and steal from their own family members. Let's keep
into the
listening.
slave trade that were brutalized, beaten, sexually assaulted,
You're not
shipped
gonna
off
get
to the
any points
Americas,
for that.
never to return again.
Yep. Nope.
And I feel like y'all don't realize that because you don't think of slavery.
What you mean? We're better educated than you all. Black Americans are the most educated group of Africans on the planet. What are you talking about? Let's keep listening.
Something that happens to African indigenous people. You think of us as separate from your ancestors, when your ancestors are oftentimes related to a lot of West African people in modern day times.
So are we related and we the same people, or are we not? You're going to have to pick up a position and stick with it, ma'am.
Another thing you have to realize is that the Black identity
I ain't got to realize
is
nothing.
new in history. There was no Black identity in Africa.
Oh, so we're not Black. There was no Black identity. We're not Black. Got it.
As a whole, we were never all a bunch of Black people just betraying each other and selling each other. African indigenous people were at war with each other and were oftentimes selling prisoners of war and were also raiding.
They were selling prisoners of war. So you mean the little babies, the babies and the children that were gathered up, the women who were gathered up and marched to the shore. Those were prisoners of war. The babies are prisoners of war. Is that what you try? This is the bull crap. How many times are you going to try to run this game down to us for us to just go ahead? I'm gonna smack you down tonight. Everybody's getting smacked down tonight. Let's move on to somebody else.
Right. This is where a lot of that comes from.
Mm-hmm.
So the Fulani, predominantly Asian, Arab, yes, with a little bits of North African.
Yeah.
They were buyers and sellers, so they were traders.
Ew.
Okay, they would go around. They don't really have a home. They're very nomadic. Okay.
Okay.
They actually did engage in the act of selling their own people.
Snitching and telling.
So
Keep
they
talking.
did. When it was found out that they were in fact doing this, it spread, and they are very looked down on even to today.
Oh.
They do not actually even have a land of their own.
Okay.
Most Africans have family land. They do not.
Okay, we're gonna move on.
You told me the answer was chat. Your answer came from Chat GPT. Now, the interesting thing about that is I asked you to let me know exactly what tribes profited from slavery. Okay.
This brother is from Nigeria, okay, and he is defending his people. Okay, we're gonna listen to him too. Let's listen to what he got to say. All of them snitching and telling.
Arab interest.
Hold on. Go ahead.
See, I love this for you. When I asked you about something that you're supposed to believe in, and that you should know the history of your own people,
my people.
You told me the answer was chat. Your answer came from Chat GPT. Now, the interesting thing about that is I asked you to let me know exactly what tribes profited from slavery. Okay?
I'm gonna let you know tonight.
You named the Yoruba tribe of Nigeria. Interestingly enough, I am from Nigeria.
Oh, really?
Largely, Yoruba people are Arab.
Oh, they're Arab. So you telling me, are you Arab too, sir? You look pretty black to me. I don't know. You look Arab, but go ahead. I'm gonna let you finish.
Many of them participated in chattel slavery at the behest of their Muslim, i.e., Arab interest.
So it's the Muslim people's fault that the black people gathered each other up and sold them into slavery. This is the Muslims' fault. All right, keep going.
Now, I do not see this level of energy for the Arab or Muslim cultures that also highly benefited from chattel slavery.
But we're focused on you right now. See, we're focused on you all because you all are the ones who come over to the United States and pretend to be Black American or pretend to be foundational Black American, and you harbor these insidious beliefs about us. And so that's why we're dealing with you right now. This is your day, okay? This is your day today. But go ahead, brother. Go ahead, sir.
Now, interestingly enough, any supposed wealth that was acquired by these African kings, not tribes, kings, individuals.
So you're saying it wasn't a whole tribe to benefit, it was just this one king and he's long gone and none of his kids, none of them benefited from it. That's what you're trying to tell us. Let's keep
Why I say I know you do not have a full understanding of.
We don't have a full understanding. It's our fault. We don't have it. We've had 500 years to figure out why we're over here and how we got here, but it's our fault. Keep on going,
the
sir.
Operation worked because you assumed that the wealth or anything that was acquired through the sale of slaves was then matriculated amongst the people.
Sir, we don't give a damn where the wealth went. We're talking about the fact that your folks, those people in Africa, those people in Nigeria participated heavily in the transatlantic slave trade. And now that the bill has come due and we're calling you on it, especially because of your disrespect, and we're taking a second look at you all, we're saying, hey, you know what? You better watch it. That's what we're saying. And you got this other bad-built woman talking about she wants to go to war with us. And all we're asking for is respect in our country, a country that we built. The only reason you're here is because of us, sir.
As if an entire tribe or group of people benefited from this. No, this is an individualized effort.
I bet.
Okay? Even within the tribes themselves, even those that participated, there were people that did not function in this space that were inherently Yoruba, but did not benefit from participating in the slave trade.
I know.
Okay?
I know.
That's part one.
What's the second part?
It was not as slavery was constructed by Europeans and Americans. This is why I say to you that you do not understand how the.
No, what you're trying to tell me is that slavery in Africa was nice, and these people who were prisoners of war and who were being captured and hauled on the ships by these Europeans for 5 centuries, not 5 years, but 5 centuries. You said you had absolutely no idea that the atrocities that these folk would suffer. Shout out to Eddie B. I don't believe you, and because it's documented, I truly don't believe you. And I just think you, like so many other Africans, that you're trying to dip and dodge and pretend like what we know to be true didn't happen. But I'm gonna fix you up tonight. We're gonna tighten y'all up. Look, that's enough of that hot mess. Let's go ahead and dig into this thing real deep. You guys buckle up your seats. We're gonna talk about it. Now, the first thing is this. This is exactly why I don't allow Pan-Africanists to lead the conversation when it comes to the transatlantic slave trade or anything serious having to do with race relations, because they're just not qualified to do it. Okay, I don't care. I know you all, you guys who've been here for a while with me, you know I don't give a damn what folk think. I'm gonna tell the truth whether you like it or not. But here's the thing: when it comes to the transatlantic slave trade and its lasting impact on foundational Black Americans, see, their loyalties are tied. See, it's not the truth. Okay, their loyalties are not to the truth. It's to an ideology. It's to personal relationships and fantasies of some global black unity. And so because of that, they ignore historical reality. And let's be honest, when we're dealing with people like Professor Griff, a well-known figure in the entertainment world, he's primarily an entertainer. He's not a historian. He's not a lawyer. He's not a sociologist and not an academic in any field relevant to this discussion. He hasn't done the necessary research, doesn't have command of primary sources, and hasn't studied the legal or historical framework that would allow him to speak with authority on this topic. And to even begin a meaningful debate with him or many of these other folks, you would first have to educate him on a specific history and legal context of African involvement in the transatlantic slave trade. Then you would need to give him the opportunity to study and form his own opinions. And until then, he's speaking out of turn and doing more harm than good by denying the well-documented historical fact that many African elites actively participated in the capturing and selling of trafficking of Africans to European slavers, along with hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of regular everyday Africans. And see, his denial is not just ignorant, it's dangerous. It disrespects the memory of millions who were betrayed and shackled and sold, and it undermines the very foundation of the reparations and recognition movement. Now, here's the thing. We're going to go ahead and get into it. All right. Now, people, when I looked at the video, and I didn't want to play the whole video from Professor Griff, but he's clearly unfamiliar with the facts, just like many of those regular folks. Africans saw enslaved people, but these are the points that we gather. Okay. Africans saw enslaved people sold to the Europeans as outsiders. They weren't selling their own immediate family members. Captives were often prisoners of war, rivals, or ethnic minorities, but that doesn't absolve the act. See, the intent was still transactional. It was to capture and profit. And as far as the African participation in the slave trade, it was extensive. It was mutually profitable for local rulers and their families. Kings, war chiefs, and wealthy merchants organized slave raids by regular people, right? And they built fortunes off the trade. Fathers, daughters, entire families benefited from the system. And many enslaved Africans were sold multiple times, up to 5 times. Some bartered or traded all the way until they got to the coast. And so that was not a random violence. It was structured supply chain. And so the European presence in the forts was minimal. For example, the Danish traders at Fort Christiansborg were only 20 men deep at any given time for about 150 years. What that means is they relied heavily on local African intermediaries and suppliers and enforcers to maintain operation. These Europeans couldn't last more than a year on the coast of Africa by themselves without help, okay? So the other thing is colonialism followed. It didn't precede it. The slave trade in many cases wouldn't happen but for, or the colonialism wouldn't have happened but for the slave trade. England didn't even take control of many of these trading forts until after they had purchased them from the Danes and others, long after African rulers had already established the slave trade. Even today, Ghanaians distinguish themselves between European powers. In Ghana, Danish and English influences are recognized separately. And in fact, there's still lingering tensions in historical, in other words, they treat the Danish better. And because they are perceived as not to have participated in colonialism. And here's another thing, the families that benefited from the trade still benefit now. These are the lineages they recognize. These are the people who come over here and who have already had power. So I want you to think about this, and we just now getting into this. When you went to the year of return, you're financially enriching the descendants of the very people who sold your ancestors. They built their legacy of betrayal, and now they're cashing in on your longing for reconnection, which makes you a fool. A well-meaning, misinformed tourist funding the same hierarchy that profited from your people's captivity. What did I just say? What I'm telling you is that the same people who were in charge back then, their children are in charge now. We're about to go somewhere where I know you all haven't expected me to go. I want you all to take an opportunity to look up this title, and it's called Daughters of the Trade. Somebody type Daughters of the Trade in the chat room. Somebody type Daughters of the Trade in the chat room, because Professor Griff said he wanted references. And I don't know Professor Griff, and I'm gonna be honest with you, I just really wasn't a huge fan of their music way back in the day. But I mean, it was still good music. I was more of a East Coast, West Coast kid. So the East Coast was not really my thing. Now, what I'm gonna do at this point is I'm gonna introduce you to this woman here, okay? Because again, we address the surface level, and I'm gonna tell you who she is in a minute. But she is the author of a book called Daughters of the Trade. Her name is Pernille Ipsen. She's Danish. All right. Now, we're going to turn to this scholarly source. And I have this book, and I've looked at it, and I read it. We got to leave these Pan-Africanists and these quasi-historians. We got to leave them alone, okay? And they're going to find it, all these people who are romanticized Africa, they're going to find very difficult to refute what's being said. This writer, Miss Pernille Ipsen, and I'll put her name in, and I'm going to put the name of the book in here because I would advise anybody who's truly interested in learning our history to check this out, okay? The book is called Daughters of the Trade, and she is the author. And right now, she is in the Caribbean in this particular video, which is actually 9 years old. And, the book is it's a research book that's peer reviewed, and it's a historical account that lays out in detail how African families, particularly the wealthy, well-connected, were deeply involved and benefited from the transatlantic slave trade. Do you hear me? The African families. And this book focuses on the Gold Coast and what's called Ghana. And it follows 5 generations of Irish and Danish men who formed alliances with African families and actually married some of these women in what was called a Kasar marriage. And that's a word that means keeping house, okay? Okay? This wasn't about love, it was about profit. They were strategic business partnerships. European traders relied heavily on their African wives and in-laws and for a trade network, for language fluency, local customs and protection. These African families in turn gained access to property, European surnames, and status for their mixed race children. And Ipsen makes it very plain, it makes it painfully clear that African women were not just passive observers. And when I say African women, I'm talking also about their parents and their fathers specifically, who decided and approved the marriage for the purpose of what? Making money. Okay, so you got an African father who approves his daughter marrying this European man. Oftentimes, these men weren't even 20 years old. They were one of them was as young as 14. All right, so these European dudes, okay, married these African women, and they did it for the money. And see, this isn't a rumor. This isn't emotional conjecture. This is fact. It's documented through records, personal accounts, and lineage histories. For those who still believe African complicity in the slave trade is a myth or a distraction, you need to check this book out, Daughters of the Trade. Now, at this point, I'm going to go ahead and let this play. I will be giving some play-by-play. We're going to talk about it, and I'm going to explain a little bit deeper. And again, let's let this play. Somebody
Tendency to focus on numbers. I don't know how familiar you are with the historiography of the Atlantic slave trade, but you may have seen this map before. This is the map that culminated 20 years of counting and ended up then on this fantastic website that I use a lot in my teaching and that you may know, and if you don't, you and you're interested in the Atlantic slave trade, you should definitely familiarize yourself with it. Slavevoyages.org. It started out as a CD-ROM that we...
Slavevoyages.org. I actually put the link to that chat, that in the page, and I'm gonna go over that a little bit when I get a chance to, so you can see just how detailed it is.
We all were using in the beginning, but now it's all online, and you can search on specific ships. You can search on names of people who are, when such names are known, of people who are on board the ships, and from where they left, where they went to, lots of details, which is hugely important. And it is a combination of a work that I have tons of respect for, which was lots and lots and lots of counting. So going to the sources to find out exactly what ships came, who were on the ships, and going through lists and lists and lists, and economic measures and data from the trade itself. What has been missing from the historiography or from the history about the Atlantic slave trade is a more social or cultural history of the people who were involved in the slave trade. So that has been remedied some over the last 15 years or so in books that have been focusing especially on the enslaved peoples who were brought over, people who were enslaved in Africa, and follows the Middle Passage over. And there's some work on that, though not nearly enough yet either. But when I started working on my project 10 years ago, there was nobody who had studied the lives of people who were living in West Africa and participating in the slave trade. So people who lived in, with, and off the Atlantic slave trade. And
people who live with, in, and off of it. In other words, they made their money and they living off of this. Keep in mind, keep listening.
My people, the people who are the center of my book, Europeans and Africans, were people who were invested in the slave trade in a number of different ways. Usually by trading themselves, but often also by being connected to or trading goods to slave traders to the forts, and so supplying the merchandise to the forts. Or
what she's saying is, even if they didn't actually sell the slaves, they brought food to the fort. They married these people. They helped capture other Africans. You understand what I'm saying? So keep in mind, shout out to Tobias Judah.
Keeping the forts alive, so to speak. So around the slave trade,
they kept the fort alive.
Forts, there were these communities of villages that lived off the trade in more or less direct manner.
There was communities of villagers that lived. All these Africans benefited from it, is what this woman is telling you. You understand me? All of them. Oh, I didn't sell slaves. Well, you benefited from it. Keep listening. Okay, so that's the opening. Let's keep listening. Are y'all with me? We're gonna learn. You said there was no resources. We got all these people out here who swear up and down Africans had nothing to do with it. Now,
anyway, I wanna, before I go any further, show
what this is going to explain to you, this particular part, and I have the music playing in the background because I don't want any issues from our good friends at YouTube. But this section, she's going to explain in this book, Daughters of the Trade, that the slave traders, the white Europeans, did not, and I repeat, did not go very far inland. Keep in mind, at this particular fort, there was only about 20 European men, all right? They did not go that far inland. Who do you think? And these people, our African ancestors, were sold over 5 times sometimes. So who do you think was doing all the work? Who do you think was going on the inland and doing all the purchases? Let's keep listening.
I'll show you a couple of maps to just place it in the world so that you don't float around and forget. So this is my study area, Accra, here in present-day Ghana.
This is Ghana. This is that little armpit of Africa right there. You got Ghana up here. You got Nigeria over here. Keep listening.
On the coast, and this is the study area that I've been focused on is basically the lines of the borders of Ghana today too.
Mm-hmm.
My study does not go very far inland, as did the slave traders not.
My study does not go very far inland because as the slave traders did not. You understand what I'm saying? You didn't have white men jumping off of ships, running up into the interior of Africa, running back, capturing enslaved Africans and bringing them to the boat. Oh no, they didn't do that. This is big business. They married African women at the behest of their African fathers because it was big business. And it was big business for centuries. And before that, it was big business when they were selling to the Arabs. So Africans been in the business of slavery. Hell, they just basically done away with slavery in Africa. I mean, golly, let's keep listening.
And we can talk more about that, the whole process of enslaving people and bringing them to the coast. And my book also stays mainly on the coast or in the coastal area, coastal region. It focuses primarily on Osu, which was the village that is now today a quarter of Accra. But back then was a separate village that grew up right next to Christiansborg, right next to this Danish slave trading headquarters. But along by all the other.
Now again, I want to make sure I say fair use to YouTube. We, keep listening. If you guys can hear, hit the number 1 button.
Slave trading forts on the coast, similar little villages grew up. In my case, the people who lived in Osu were primarily Ga speaking, but there are also some Akan speaking people who live in the Accra region, who come to Osu a lot and who have family in Osu and in and out. And so there are also lots of Akan people in my study or in my region, but primarily Ga. And so Ga families settled on the coast after or at the same time as Portuguese traders came to the coast to be traders. And so we're primarily traders, but also.
So you had Africans who were living on the coast, who were supporting the slave trade, who were supporting the forts, who were bringing these people food, marrying them. This went on for centuries. Okay, let's keep listening. You're gonna see just how institutionalized it was.
And also, or fishermen, and also farmed to some extent, but they were traders by culture from very early on.
They were traders by culture from very early. This is what they do. Some of them did little farmers, but for the most part, this is what they did. Keep listening.
I want to also show you.
All right, so we're gonna go on to the next video. We're gonna roll through this. I am going to get this into your mind, whether you like it or not.
Portuguese had been on the coast for a long time, and when the Danes arrived,
the Portuguese started it off, and the Danes show up. Now, this particular clip, she's going to basically explain how extensive African participation in the slave trade was. In fact, she's going to say it was crucial. All right, and the network of family provided by marrying in was crucial. Okay, she's going to explain that Africans were captured a long distance from the coast, hundreds and hundreds of miles, and they were sold multiple times or traded multiple times. Let's keep listening. Hit the number 1 button.
In the 1650s, the Danes first arrived on the Gold Coast. Mm-hmm. They adopted a number of practices from earlier Portuguese traders on the coast, but also from Africans who were used to trading with Portuguese traders. Mm-hmm. One of the institutions that they adopted from Portuguese traders was the marriage institution that my book is about.
The marriage institution, the Kasar, okay? In other words, before the Danish people got there, and that's those, for you guys who don't know, the Danes, the Vikings, before they got there, the Portuguese were there. They had married into these African families. You understand? They had married into these African families. And then once they was finished, they're like, okay, we out of here. The Danes took over. All of these African families wanted these white European slave owners to marry their daughters, marry into the family, become one of us, and we'll help you get rich and you can help us get rich. That's how that went.
The marriage institution came to be known as casare in Danish, which was from the Portuguese casar, to set up house or to get married. And the practice was an interracial or intercultural institution that Portuguese traders had used to marry into African families. Intercultural trading is really difficult. Intercultural slave trading is incredibly difficult. So
You hear it? It's already hard enough. You don't understand the same language. You got different cultures. You can't come to somebody else's land and just start snatching people up and put them on boats. You don't have enough guns for that. You don't have enough. This is 1600, 1700. You don't have enough. You had to get complete cooperation from the people who were there. Okay? Keep listening.
So slave trading is a very, very difficult business, as you may imagine, right? Because people will resist becoming slaves, of course. And
in other words, she said there's uprising. People are fighting against you. You see? Let's keep listening.
so there is an incredible amount of both violence and an organization that needs to go into being a slave trader. So it is an even more difficult kind of trade than fur trading, for instance, in North America, where lots of marriage.
So what she's saying is, even the Native Americans, when we first had settlers and pilgrims and people who came. Matter of fact, that one of the best known fur traders was a black man who started Chicago. I think his name was LaSalle. He was a fur trader. They would go in, they would marry Native American women, they would have children, they would become part of the family, and they would make money together. That's what marriage was about. Okay, marriage was not always about romance. It was about what? It was about finance. It was about bringing families together. It was about survival. So keep listening.
Also took place. And actually, you can see that in the early modern world, all over, everywhere I look now, there are interracial marriages between European traders and people who they're trading with in the Americas. So
basically, what this woman is telling you all, that these European men would go around the world and they would marry local women. They would have children with them. They would gladly accept it into the families. And they would breed with these women and they would make money. And then the cold part about it, many of them were married. They go right back. Or if they weren't married, they go back to Europe, Britain, England, and get them some real wives. You see what I'm saying? never to see their little brown children again. Let's keep listening. But they were it was a voluntary duty. Okay. And I'm sure there was cases where it wasn't. I'm not saying that it wasn't. I understand. But a lot of this was voluntary. See, now we're getting a better look at what history really, a lot of these women and their families volunteered for the duty of letting these white men impregnate their daughters, marry them, help bring money to the family. Keep in mind, women didn't have the rights that they had now. They were there to serve a purpose. Let's keep listening.
In North America, South America, everywhere. Anyway, in the slave trade, it was crucially important to have and sustain diplomatic and trading relations that you could count on.
It was crucial to sustain trading relationships that you could maintain. All right?
Because the slave trade often involves many different sales. Slaves often came from very far inland in West Africa, on the Gold Coast, but also in the other cases. I don't have this. The slave trading routes are actually on this map. So most people who were shipped out from the Gold Coast slave trading forts came from very far inland, and they would have been sold 4-5 times before they make it to the coast and get sold to the European ships. This means that when Europeans arrive on the coast, they have to count on people to travel inland to the next market.
When Europeans arrive to the coast, they have to count on who? People, right? They got to count on people, Black people, African people. You see? They have to count on these people, not them, Black people, hundreds, thousands of them to go in there and get those slaves and bring them back to the shore.
Kumasi, for instance, in this case. And bring goods in. So they would bring in iron rods typically, or some kind of material that you could exchange for for people who you could then bring back to the coast.
So the Europeans would give these African people iron rods so they could then go into the interior of Africa and trade slaves, other black people, for the slaves. 5 times up to sometimes up to 5 times before they got to the shore. Keep in mind, we're talking about hundreds and thousands of people participating in this.
So Europeans counted on Africans for participating in the slave trade.
Europeans, did you hear that? Europeans, they counted on them. In other words, it wouldn't have happened but for that African participation. This is not me saying it. That's the little white woman right there telling on her people. Keep listening.
And to do that, they needed trading partners that they could trust. And one of the ways to become a successful trader on the Gold Coast, and I believe the most important way to become a successful trader, is to marry into a West African family and getting the networks that comes with that, right? So not just your wife, but your in-laws and the whole kinship network that trade ran along the lines of in West Africa. And so
basically what she's saying is, you came ashore, you a young white man, you wanted to participate in this business called slave trading. You found yourself a family with a daughter, you married the daughter, or what they call a Kasara wedding, which means basically playing house. The father has to approve it. So we're not just talking about chiefs and kings. The father, the patriarch of the family, had to approve it. So it's not just, these are random daddies saying, yeah, come on over here. What the Portuguese left, but we'll take this little Danish boy. Come on over. I got a daughter over here. You can marry her and then we'll give you the connections. I got a brother here, an uncle here. We've been doing this for centuries now. You just, go over there and make sure it gets sent off. Because of course, black people weren't going to get on these slave ships. You think a black person is going to get on the slave ship and go a black head of a household? Or you think he's not going? He's going to send that white boy, because everybody got bought and sold was black. None of the white people were put in slavery. Okay, so you had to have a white person to do it, because everybody else is subject to being handcuffed when they got to their final destination, working on a plantation in the Caribbean or America or South America. You understand what I'm saying? Keep listening.
So in the beginning, when the Danes arrive on the coast, they adopt this practice of Kasara from the Portuguese, and it becomes a crucial institution in the trade throughout the
Crucial. White men were allowed to marry into these African families, and it was crucial in order for this system to work. This is what our African ancestors were doing. Our so-called brothers. This. Oh, you don't understand. You don't understand the truth. That's like, we know what you were doing. This book has been out for 9 years. We knew about it. Let's keep listening.
Slave trade of the 18th century. They then continue these interracial marriages continue in the 19th century after the official slave trade has ended in 1803.
So it continued in the 19th century. That means after 1800. Some of you all's grandparents and great-grandparents were born between 1800 and 1900. Slavery ended in the United States in 1865. I talked about the Clotilda and how that was a ship that was brought here from the west coast of Africa, brought here from 2 white men just to see if they could do it. Shout out to Jedi Sage. Thank you so much. Listen to what she says.
There are almost 2 generations more before the fort is sold to the British in 1850.
In 1850, the British purchased this fort, and it was the British that brought the end to slavery. The African people still wanted to keep it going. This is how they made their money for centuries. They wanted to keep it going. And it was the British who had to patrol the west coast of Africa to shut it down. That's what I want you to understand. Keep that in mind.
And becomes part of the Gold Coast colony.
The Gold Coast colony. So did you hear that? I don't think y'all got that. The British purchased the fort from the Danish. And that's when colonialization started. You understand me? If there was no fort, if the Danes had not been allowed to set themselves up for 150 years, and before that, the Portuguese, there would be no fort, there would be no foothold for the British to even set foot on Africa. So basically, it was the Africans working with the Portuguese and then the Danish, which set up the infrastructure, which was the precursor to colonialism. So the next time these Africans complain about what they had to deal with colonialism, well, y'all let the vampires in the goddamn door. Excuse my language, you let them in. You did business with them. You sold your own people to them for 150 years. And then now you're mad when they came in and used the same infrastructure to colonize you. You big dummy. What do you think was gonna happen? Let's keep listening to this blistering broadcast. Now,
write this book about women because women often don't.
Now, this particular section, she's going to explain in no uncertain terms that the British, the Danes, were literally powerless on the coast of Ghana until after the English purchased the fort and brought in the standing army and then colonized them. Before that, they didn't have enough manpower. They had 20 dudes married off to some of these local women. That's all they had. See, it was African greed that kept the transatlantic slave trade going. The African greed, the desire for money, to put money above all things, that level of evil is why. Now let's keep listening to this conversation.
Make it into the sources either. Is that they are so important, that they are both economically and socially on the higher end of the ladder, right? So I don't have a lot of sources to what people thought about the marriages who didn't participate in the trade or were part of the fort or for those reasons are part of the written record of the fort. I have spent a lot of time thinking about it though. So in the 19th century, I have a few more references to it. In the 19th century, it seems to me that there's a picture, the pretty clear picture developing that some people really resented your Africans and their wealth and called them traitors for dealing with the Europeans, right? So for
basically what happened after decades and centuries of interbreeding and whatnot, you start having Euro-Asians or Euro-Africans. Okay, they're the children and the children's children of African women and European men, and pretty soon that first generation, you had Euro-Africans. Those children married other European men, and so you basically got octoroons and very light-skinned people with European names on the coast of Ghana, involved in the slave trade. Everybody was involved. Okay, but now you got people who are saying, well, we don't like that. Well, you participated in it early on. You're making money. Let's keep listening.
Marrying the Europeans and selling out to the Europeans and for being in company with the Europeans. Not very many, and I don't have very many references to it, but there's enough in the 19th century, especially later in the 19th century, that I could say something like that. I think for the 18th century, that's not necessarily the case, because what also seems to be happening in the 19th century is that becomes more and more increasing. Right? So once the Gold Coast colony is formed, and so it's sort of a long story, but the Gold Coast colony takes over Christiansborg in 1850, but the Gold Coast colony has really been advancing on the Gold Coast for long before that, and so there's a big war between the English and Asante in the early part of the century, and from that point on, it's quite clear that it's going in that direction, that the English will colonize the whole coast. Why is it that the English were fighting the Asante? The English were there to shut down the slave trade. Why is it that the English were fighting the Asante? Why in the hell did they have to come and colonize Africa in the first place? Africans wouldn't quit
the doggone slave trade. Let's start with that. I mean, if you really just want to take a look at history, here it is. This is what you all wanted, right? You want the truth. Well, the truth is, our so-called, all want all the Pan-Africanists to come on to the front. This is not me saying this. This is this woman right here who is herself a European woman, a Danish woman, who is out here snitching and telling on her own people and what they did. And she's telling you what her co-defendants did, i.e. the African and the African people, and this is just in Ghana. Now, I need you all to do some housekeeping. I need you all to hit the like button. Hit the like button, hit the like button. We need to get those likes up. Moderators, let me know what the like count is right now. I'm going to continue doing my work because this is more important. Let's keep this going. Let's keep learning. And if you're learning, I should earn it. If not, that's all right. But I know I'm doing my job. Let's keep listening.
From that point on, the Europeans get a different reputation. They become colonizers. They actually have power, right?
So they went from partners to colonizers. I want y'all to hear that again because I need y'all to understand what's being said in context.
It's quite clear that it's going in that direction, that the English will colonize the whole coast, right? From that point on, the Europeans get a different reputation. They become colonizers. They actually have power, right? They actually have cannons. They have a standing army, the English at that point. And the Danish also have much more power than they did in the 18th century. And so I think that the image of Europeans changed. I think in the early 18th century, there were 20 people at the fort. They were completely dependent on African support. Right. They could not have defended the fort by themselves at all, right? And so I think that they were not necessarily seen as very powerful or very important, to put it mildly, at that time. And then that changes. So over the course of those 150 years, that changes a lot. But in the 19th century, Euro-Africans are sort of trapped in between.
So what this woman just explained to you all is that during the duration of the time period that these Europeans had occupied the west coast of Africa, specifically what is now Ghana, or what was at that time the territorial boundaries of Ghana, or would be within the territorial boundaries of Ghana, they did not have the manpower, they did not have the firepower, they did not have the guns to exert any control over that territory. It wasn't until after 1850 when the Europeans, i.e. Great Britain, sold or purchased the fort from the Danish, that they were then able to bring in their armies, bring in their cannons, and bring in a standing army. At that point, they were able to then what we call colonize Africa. But prior to that, they were looked upon by the Africans as weak and meaningless. The Africans, you just here to serve us. We bring you these black bodies to the coast. We exchange it for money. We exchange it for gold. We exchange it for whatever. Keep that in mind. Okay? Keep that in mind. It wasn't until, shout out to G-Town Skittles, it was not until after 1850 that the perception of who the Europeans began to change. Before that, they were partners. Before that, they were partners. It was only after that same infrastructure that they used to sell other Africans into slavery that they became colonizers. And the Africans all of a sudden, we're victims now. Keep that in mind. And in the meantime, the wealthy Euro-Africans were caught in the middle like, oh man, we're between our father's people and our mother's people over here. Keep listening.
So some people look up to them because they have money and wealth, and some people don't. And some people see them as buying out or selling out. Yeah.
Selling out.
Yeah.
All right, now y'all hit the number 1 button. Let me know if you can hear. We rolling through this. We are moving. We are making good time, and we're gonna keep on doing what we're doing. Y'all hit the number 1 button. Let me know you're here.
Sometimes she advanced the traders money or goods, and other times.
This is one particular story of one particular person who basically, she's telling you what this individual woman who was a Euro-Asian, the daughter of the trade, as they call it, how she helped. She would hold this stuff
She
for
let
him.
him stay in her house. The relationships brought her wealth, but they also kept her within reach of Danish power on the coast. One trader, Engelhard Kramer, who was stationed at Fort Kongensten at Ada, stayed with her while he was in Oslo. She let him keep a few private belongings in a chest in her house. Clothes, a small towel, a hymn book, an arrangement she may have come to regret when he died unexpectedly. When the news of his death arrived from Ada, 2 assistants came down from Christiansborg and sealed up the chest as part of the assessment of his estate. But first, they carefully went through his belongings and wrote everything down and made Cooper formally declare that she had no more items belonging to Engelhard.
So basically, she said she let a white, this black Euro-African woman, who was a daughter of one of the great, families and whatnot, let a European man keep some stuff in his house, her house. He died, and then now you got these other Europeans. Shout out to Samony Welbeck, came up in there and basically asked her questions and took the documents, took the property that was there. So she didn't like that because this is a highfalutin woman. How dare you? This is I run this. Keep that in mind.
In her house. A woman of her status may not have liked straight.
These successful people had status. These people who sold slaves on the west coast of Africa had status. They weren't looked down upon. This wasn't a shameful thing. This is 1850. This wasn't shameful. They knew what they were doing. They aren't ashamed. They're only ashamed now because foundational Black Americans are calling them on their treachery and what they did. They've never been ashamed of what they did. That's why these people are just now apologizing, these African dignitaries. And they're only apologizing because we as foundational Black Americans have done so well in this world. We're the richest Africans on the planet because they want something. I recognize a con man when I see it. This ain't nothing but another scam. Keep listening.
Just going through her drawers. So the book does not end in 1769. It follows then 2 more generations. It follows her daughter's generation in the early 19th century, around the time that the slave trade is ending, and talks about how these Euro-African families transition from the slave trade to legitimate trade, as it's called in our historiography, to then the last generation that in the 30s who marry the last generation of Europeans on Christiansborg before it's sold to the Europeans, and it sort of follow, or it's sold to the English, and follows how the families transition to the 19th century. So to just sum up here.
Now she's going to explain how the families transitioned into the 19th century. Now this is going to get real nasty in a minute. I want y'all to understand, because some of you all don't see what's happening, but you're going to see it in a minute.
At the very end, I want to give you a couple of analytical points to take away from my study. So in the book, I argue that these Kasara marriages between Ghan, Akan, and Danish, Norwegian, German slave traders took place in a cross-cultural recognition of gender and class. So to say it slightly differently, when the Danes arrive on the coast, they recognize gender differences really easily, right? So they recognize that there are differences between what women do and what men do. They don't always actually understand the specifics of the gender hierarchy or the gender differences in West Africa, but they recognize that those are the types of differences they should be looking for and organizing around, which is one of the reasons that they can understand the marriage institution so easily. Right? They recognize the marriage institution very, very easily. They recognize class very, very easily. They recognize that there are social differentiations along class.
Are you guys still with me? Is everybody following this? I got some more. Keep listening.
Of who owns and who doesn't own, who's free and who's not free, they recognize really fast. They come from a society in Denmark where the the idea of radical freedom, or whatever you call it, like the freedom to travel and settle wherever you want, was something that only was endowed on people from the very wealthy classes, just like in West Africa. People who didn't own anything or who didn't own land often worked for somebody else and were tied into these working relationships in a number of different ways that I won't go into detail with now. But anyway, they recognize these hierarchies of difference around gender and class and freedom versus enslavement. They do not recognize race. They as a hierarchy of difference, as I said in the beginning of my talk. With time, the Kisara marriages then become central in the development of racial hierarchies between Europeans and Africans on the coast. So you could say that they're almost, these interracial marriages are catalysts for, or interracial interactions around the slave trade more broadly, but in specific, these marriages that I'm looking at serve as catalysts for a racial language that.
So let me get this straight. What you're telling me, little white woman from Danish woman, is that these interracial marriages where they have this color caste system was the catalyst for the race language that we have right now. So you telling me it's because these Africans in their greed decided that, because we all know Dr. Francis Cress Welsing told us that this race thing was something that just popped up about 500 years ago, and it developed because of the slave trade. That's what she told me, and I'm just because I heard that. You telling me because these African families married allow these European men to marry them, they're developed there the racial language that we're dealing with right now. Is that what you're telling me? So you mean we know the difference between the poor people and the rich people. We have a caste system based on class. So now we know who needs to be sold or who can be sold and who shouldn't be sold based on color. Who's inferior and who's superior? That's what you're telling me. Let's keep listening to this lady.
Develops between Europeans and Africans. And that is sort of the takeaway point. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, we're going to start a point now where she's going to answer some questions from some folks. People have questions that they want answered, and we're going to let her answer these questions. Y'all, let me know if you can hear this when it pops up.
So what happens is...
Did they do it effectively?
They did. So they did. And the most important slave trading families on the Gold Coast also become the most important families afterwards.
Hold on. The most important families on the Gold Coast. In other words, the most important trading families, slave trading families back then become the most important families moving forward. Let's keep listening to this.
So that's also sort of a longer story, but the most important slave trading, so the slave trade continues. It stops officially in 1803, but Ghana does not out.
Slave trading didn't stop to 1803, but then what did Ghana do, ma'am?
Or slavery until the early 20th century, and the slave trade continued.
So Ghana didn't stop slave trading until 1900 something, 1920, 1910. You understand what I'm saying? You see why these people are not apologizing for what they just stopped selling slaves. Some of your grandmothers were alive and they were still selling slaves in Ghana.
Unofficially.
And you all still, you telling me in 1910 and 1920, they didn't know the horrors of slavery? And you fools who are listening to this, who still swear up and down, oh, the Africans were innocent. They didn't know what they were doing. You don't think they knew what they had? The telegraph, they had photographs, they had everything. You don't think they knew what they were doing in 1910 and 1920? Are you kidding me? They had they had trains and photographs.
The Europeans do not police it very well, and so it continues to Brazil, for instance, until late 19th century, right? You may be familiar with that story. But so unofficial.
She said And I want y'all to catch that. I want you to listen to this very carefully. She's talking about the Clotilda and the Wanderer.
Right? You may be familiar with that story.
Listen again.
Well, and so it continues to Brazil, for instance, until late 19th century, right?
It continued, slavery continued in Brazil to the late 19th century. You understand? That's like 1890 or something like that. They were still sending black people to Brazil when we had cowboys after the Civil War. Keep that in mind. When you start, shout out to Cooley, when you start saying the Africans didn't know what they were doing. We had cowboys. The Civil War had been fought, and these people are still capturing slaves and sending them to Brazil.
You may be familiar with that story. But so unofficially, the slave trade continues. There are lots of discussions, both by missionaries and by the English colonial administration, about how to stop the trade and how to.
It was the British that were trying to stop the slave trade. The British literally were the ones trying to stop the slave trade. It was the Africans who wanted to continue slave trading, and it was the British who were riding up and down, sailing up and down the coast of Africa, blowing up ships and hitting cannonballs in the side of ships, trying to stop those pirates and those people who were shipping slaves to the New World. This is what the British were doing. As we keep blaming the British for slavery. If the Africans had said, okay, we'll stop, slavery would have ended.
Yeah, so how to police the trade. And from those types of sources, we have a pretty clear sense that the important families are still selling slaves and are still...
The important families were still selling slaves when we had cowboys and Indians in the United States of America in the late 19th century. Okay? Jesse James was over here and black people in Africa were still selling slaves to Europeans. I want you to put that in perspective.
Under the table or illegally through at least till the 60s, the 1860s, right? So it continues for a long time after. In that period, though, the families also managed to transition to other types of trade. So the cocoa trade becomes really important in Ghana, right? And that starts in the 19th century. And so other trading products, cloth is always a very important industry in Ghana and becomes even more so in the 19th century. So that's growing, right? There are attempts to make colonies, coffee plantations. Cocoa plantations take off, coffee plantations don't really.
So here's what I want you to understand, family. Basically what they're saying, we got to give these people something else to do. This slavery's got to end. It's bad for business. So we're going to colonize this place and we're going to force them to open coffee plantations, even though they've been selling human beings for the past 500 years. We're going to force them to do something different. And we're going to do it at gunpoint. So you begin to have to, anybody with a logical mind is going to have to say, well, hell, it seems to me that the reason they had to colonize these people in the first place because they were hard-headed and they wouldn't stop selling their own people into slavery. And that's a hard look. But these are the Africans who you all say are completely innocent and didn't know what they were doing. The British literally had to hold guns to their ancient muskets to their heads to stop them from selling their own people into slavery. This is, you can look it up yourself. Get mad at me for all you want, but when you start digging into history, look it up for yourself. It's the reason why when you see those old movies, it's always the British, and I'm not saying the British are totally innocent of anything, but there's always somebody with a British flag who comes along and blows a hole in the side of a pirate ship. Okay, I'm just saying, be mad at me if you want to. Okay, but the cold part about it is I learned about this stuff in law school. There are cases on this stuff. Shout out to Salah Saint. We're going to learn the truth, or we're not going to learn it. I'm not going to let you slide up out of here. I hope your head is exploding right now. Let's continue listening to this.
But in that region. And so, yes, they do manage to stay in power. And there are still families in Ghana who have Danish names who are very powerful.
There are still families in Ghana right now who have Danish last names, who are powerful right now. And she's also gonna say European, but keep listening. And y'all hit the like button.
There are a number of, like if you look in the phone book in Accra, there are many, many Danish names. But then there are also many English names, right? And Dutch names. And there's a whole other thing I maybe should not go into, but that I find very interesting is the way in which the different groups of Europeans are perceived in Accra today, and what it means to be a descendant from a Danish family versus an English family. Because the Danes were not colonizers, there's some tendency both to want to say that you're of Danish descent because you weren't descended from the colonizers, you weren't descended from the English, though that hasn't stopped Nkrumah and many others who are also of mixed descent English. But anyway, it's sort of a long story, but you could also show that you have long, long ancestry on the coast if you can show that you are descended from Danes because they left so relatively early.
Let me put that in context. What this young lady is telling you all is that, and shout out to everybody who contributes. Shout out to V4 Vengeance. I'm gonna read all the super chats towards the end. So what this young lady just explained, that in Ghana right now, in Ghana in 2025, there are people of African people with Danish last names, and there are African people with English last names. And the people in Ghana perceive the Danish as the good ones because all they did was participate in the slave trade. They were our friends. They were the ones who, these were the ones who we work with. These are the people who helped us make money for centuries. Of course, along with the Portuguese, but those black Africans with British last names, they're perceived as bad because they're colonizers, and they came over here and they held their muskets and their cannons to our heads, and they made us, number one, stop selling slaves, stop selling our own people into slavery. So they're perceived as bad. Do you see how butthole backwards this African culture is that you all romanticize? I just want you to conceptualize that. And if you all go over there right now, you folk who go over there and hang out in Ghana, if you know what I'm saying to be true, then just go ahead and let us know. I've never been there. I'm basing it on what this woman who's done this research has done, this author who has his peer-reviewed documents. So the Danish are treated better than the English because the Danish helped them participate in the slave trade, and the English came and shut it down and colonized. That's what you're saying. Somebody said, maybe you should read about the Danish and the Vikings. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What do you mean? I read about the Danish and the Vikings all the time. Well, are you kidding me? Okay, never mind. I've been waiting to do that. Anyway, enough of that levity. It's a very serious topic. But let's keep on moving forward. Shout out to reviewing reviewers. Are you learning something? If you're learning something, hit the number 1 button. Let's keep on pushing, baby. We're going to learn some good stuff tonight. I ain't finished with you. I told you I'm going to make your heads pop. Let's keep going. Run with it.
Followed by another, a son who bore the very Danish name David Fransen. He, like their marriage, was born of the trade.
Listen.
So in the first generation of interracial marriages that I write about in the book, most of the women who marry European traders, they could be Danes, they could be Norwegians, there are a number of Norwegians, and Germans at Christiansborg. Most of the women are of only African descent. So they have, I know this because they have African names like Coco, which is the typical Ga name for a second daughter. And they live in family compounds. So the Ga families traditionally live in gender segregated compounds. So women live in one compound, men live in another compound. The women will live with their sisters, with their mother, with their aunts, with all the female relatives of their family and their children until the children reach puberty, by which time the boy will move into the father's compound and the girl will stay in the household. So Coco would have lived in a compound.
She's just going to and explaining some more people because she went into the story. She talked about specific people and their relationships, and she followed several generations of Afro, or should I say Euro Africans. Okay, so she's trying to explain the family structure. This is well structured. This was their stuff. You know, let's keep listening.
With her mother and all her female relatives, Franz would have lived at the fort, on the fort.
Shout out to Ida Cherry.
What happens over the course of the 18th century is that that a cultural frontier, you might call it, if you were an academic, shifts in the direction of European families, so that by the end of the 18th century, I start seeing a number of women moving in with their white husbands in stone houses, if they're very wealthy, or at least
very wealthy,
visiting a lot at the fort, or even they weren't allowed to actually live at the fort, but they move into separate houses with their European husbands. I don't think they lived alone with their European husbands in a traditional nuclear family of any kind. I think the cases that I know well enough to say something about it suggest, and it also would be reasonable to assume, that actually these were still matriarchal or matrifocal households where the European man came and went. So
European man came and went. You hear that? She held it down for me. She held it down.
European men did not stay on the coast most often very long. They died.
The European man did not stay on the coast very long. Here's what you don't understand. The west coast of Africa was an inhospitable place for European. They weren't ready for the bugs, the food, the diseases that arose. You had to have an African family. You understand what I'm saying? You had to have it. You see? These European men would not have survived without it. Malaria would have got them. Food poisoning would have got them. So African participation in the slave trade was absolutely necessary. They went to the extent of marrying into these women's families and staying. And it's not the women. We can't blame the women. The father is the one that sanctioned it. You understand?
They got sick. They went home. They left. They went to the Danish West Indies. But the household stays. And so what I see is a shift towards a situation where a few now Euro-African women get prestige, wealth, very high standing in the community by having had European ancestors, so European fathers, European grandfathers, European great-grandfathers, and having European names, and sending their children to the European fort for school. There's a school at the fort, there's a church at the fort, and those cultural institutions become, even though they're very small, in this very small community, they become really powerful, they become really important. So what is happening is that around these interracial marriages, this language of race is developing. So, or a hierarchy of around race, where Euro-Africans are placed higher in the hierarchy than people of only African descent. So
you hear what she just said? Basically what she's saying, around these forts is where the color caste system evolved. And they exported it to the Caribbean, and they exported it everywhere else. So this is where the racism started. This is where the color caste system started, which is at the heart of white supremacy racism. Right here on this coast of Africa, this is where it started, with these interracial marriages manufactured and created for the sole purpose of greed and selling human flesh into bondage. This is what this evil produced, something we're dealing with now 500 years later. I want you to understand the context in which what you're learning here tonight. This is the source. Now, of course, I'm sure people had their preconceived ideas from people before, but this is where it was honed. This is where it was sharpened, right here. Listen.
You're Africans who can claim Danish inheritance or heritage, and who have.
If you look at the richest people in Ghana right now, last name Jonah. That's not an African name. Keep that in mind. We always perceive racism to be started somewhere in Europe. No, it started right there on the coast of Africa with these dirty deeds and these people who come together. And it was exported all throughout the Americas and then back over to Europe, starting right there. Keep that in mind. This is what you're learning tonight.
European names who have Danish names who can maybe speak some Danish, though not very much. They and then they transition to English in the 19th century, of course. But who wear European clothes. One of them from the 19th century is Salmen, who's on the cover of my book, and who you also have a picture of in the handout there. I saw. By positioning themselves as your Africans or the women who marry Europeans, they gain prestige and wealth and a very powerful position. And those women, these women, are the ones who I've named the book after as daughters of the trade. And so telling a story of how they respond to both opportunities and threats. And so for a long time, when I was talking about this out in public, people would think of and respond to the story of women who benefit from other suffering by saying, by reacting very strongly and despising and granted, there's a lot to stand away from when you deal with slave traders. It is not at all a pretty thing, right? But the more I worked with these women and worked with their story, the more I could see that they were not only responding to opportunities. They were not only responding to what they could gain from it, but they were also responding to the threats of the Atlantic world. So when
I want you to hear what they're saying. The threats of the Atlantic world. Keep this in mind.
You live in and with and off the slave trade. You live in an incredibly violent society.
You live with, in, and off of the slave trade. You live in a very violent world. How can you tell me these people don't know what Africans were dealing with overseas in the New World? And it's violent over there.
Over the course of the 18th century, this becomes more and more the case. The slave trade produces a ton of violence, and has to, because you can't actually enslave people without violence, right? Because they will resist. They will try to not become enslaved, right? And so to maintain a slave trading situation, you had to have lots of weapons, and you had to there was lots of violence produced. The crucial thing when you live in such a society is to figure out how to end up on the side that is not sold. Right? The only people who were not sold in the slave trade were the white people. Right? The
only people who were not sold in the slave trade were the white people. You understand that? Everybody else is subject to get sold. So these same people you doing business with could snatch your butt up and throw you on the bottom of the boat with the next batch of people who are going. Keep listening.
Over the course of the 18th century, the systems that Akan and Ga families and other West African families who participated in the slave trade had arranged and had based their slave trade on, which was a hierarchy of ethnic difference, right? So selling people from inland who spoke different languages than your own family did. You, of course, do not want to sell your own family, right? Like, that's basic. And so people who participated, Africans who participated in the slave trade, had all kinds of mechanisms or tried to control who were sold, right? And the dividing line is always between those who are for sale and those who are not. In the 18th century, that system more or less breaks down because of all this violence and because of the intensity of the slave trade, because it grows and grows and grows, and because
so basically they started off just selling, what do they always tell the prisoners of war? They started off just selling people who didn't practice the correct religion as far as they were concerned. This is what they started off doing. But by the time the 18th century rolled around, in other words, that's like between 1700 and 1800, everybody was getting snatched up. You understand me? Everybody was getting snatched up. Anybody could end up on a boat. So that whole notion of, they were just selling prisoners of war is a damn lie. Greed took hold, as you would expect. Greed took hold. Everybody was greedy. Anytime you would sell some people into slavery, knowing what they're going to have to, or any sort of harm like that, you a low down, dirty dog. My Bible teaches me that the love of money is the root of all evil. And we see evil happening between those Africans and the Europeans. They were all culpable. So stop letting them off the hook. Keep listening.
Because Europeans get a hold on through this colonial system. I'm telling you a longer story, sort of short, but or cutting it a little short. Because they get a hold on the trade in a number of different ways, and in by a debt institution primarily, by holding people hostage in these pawn situations where a family would pawn their sibling or their son or their a family member to the fort, and then they would travel inland with iron rods to get people who they could then sell and exchange for their family members who were on board the ship. Or
did you hear what she just said? Let me explain what this woman said. She said basically, these white men were not just going to give you these iron rods without having some collateral. So what you would do is, hey, we want to go here. We're going to go in here. We're going to make a trip inland and we're going to get you some slaves. What we'll do is we'll pawn my sister and my brother, okay, and my uncle, and they'll stay with you in the fort or on the ship. And when we bring the iron rods, when we bring the slaves back that we traded for the iron rods, then you can give me my brother and my sister and my uncle back, and we'll give you these slaves. Plus, you can give us the payment that you owe us. Now, what happens if you don't make it back on time? Let's say you get kicked in the face by a zebra. I don't know, a leopard jumps out and bites your ankle off, and you can't get back to the fort on time. Oh well, ships ahoy. And now your brother and your sister and your uncle are somewhere in the West Indies or down in Brazil somewhere. They literally pawned their own people because it was a business venture. So when these people tell you they wasn't selling their own people into slavery, that's a damn lie. All these lies are being exposed. Lies, lies, lies. And I'm not saying it. Read Daughters of the Trade. Our people perish from a lack of knowledge. Why do foundational Black Americans feel we owe something to these people that's coming over here? These are not our brothers and sisters. They tell you every time we're not the same people. They tell you all the time, hey, we didn't sell we didn't sell our own people. We were different people. There was no such concept as race. You were from a different tribe. Well, apparently you hocked your brothers and sisters, and sometimes you didn't make it back to the boat on time. Sometimes. Sounds like it happened a lot of times. Let's keep listening.
Or in the dungeons waiting to be released, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
down in the dungeon.
If they didn't return in time, their family members would be shipped off. You
If
see
they
kidnappings happening more and more often. Lots of people who were not considered slaves on the Gold Coast end up being sold.
Lots of people who were not considered slaves on the Gold Coast end up being sold. Guess what happens? Why do I have to? I gave them the iron rods. If they come back, great. If not, oh well. Why don't we just leave now? We gave them the iron rods. What's the difference between getting three? You understand what I'm saying? Like, we got these darks on the boat now. Why do we need to wait till they come back? We got to go. It's a hurricane coming. All right, let's leave. And next thing you know, your family members are gone. And you put them in there. Ooh, can you imagine when they say drawing straws? Can you imagine that? Damn, you drew the small straw. Now you got to sit in that dungeon and hope Jermichael can make it back with some slaves from the inner parts of Ghana. And then the hurricane come and they like, we're taking off. Think about that. I want you all to put, this is a very human story. See, we always talk about the numbers and the slaves. Can you imagine what you're thinking about on that slave ride over when you think, damn, Jermichael, but he always late for everything. Or Jamaica running up to the shore with the slave. Hey, hold on, I got him. I got some slave. Bring my brother back. He gone. Think about that. But anyway, y'all make sure y'all subscribe to the channel if you hadn't already. I don't want to hit the subscribers only button, but the code, you can't feel sorry for them because they were all in participation. This woman just said even people who were not considered slaves were sold into slavery. Oftentimes because they were hocked. Just like when you go to the pawn shop, you hock that TV or that flat screen, you didn't come back in time to pick it up, and then it got sold.
So one of the powerful ways I argue in my book that you could show that you belong to the side of the slave traders and not on the side of those who were enslaved and to be sold in the Atlantic slave trade was to mark yourself with European culture. So to wear European clothes, to wear European names, to be married to a European man who had contacts who had more of a hold on the captain who were going to sail off with the ship and then hence could make sure that you did not end up on the ship. That became a really powerful way. So in other words, you married the plug. You married the plug, now you good. You good in the game. You had these women, my sister's married to Captain Philip Stockenstein, Captain Abercrombie, okay, and Fitch. And so don't put my brother on the boat. That's his wife over there. I'm the captain's wife. So that's how that worked. The plug and the hookup. And when my women, the daughters of the trade, choose to benefit from the slave trade, it is not just for their own personal gain. It is also to make sure that their families are not sold, right? Okay, and we dwell on that part. They were just trying to make sure their family wasn't being sold. But they also had some nice houses, some nice husbands that was getting rich too. So which is which? It sounded like you had options. Let's keep it going. It sounded to me like it was a lot of evil going on. To me, it's enough evil to go around. To make sure that their daughters are not sold and to make sure that they themselves are not sold. You rather bang the slave catchers, that's your option. You just gonna bang the devil, right? So you don't get burnt. But hell with everybody else. Okay. To put that in a little bit of perspective.
Marriages.
Were they marriages of convenience?
Were they not marriage of convenience that allowed? The European to get better access to the trade?
Definitely, yeah.
Okay, so the women were used then?
They were used, but they were also using the men. So I think they were... Men too, or they were using the men. Okay, the men were using them and they were using each other the same way some of you women use men. That's what you do. All right, we understand women. We all grown out here. There was a marriage of convenience from both sides.
Well,
The women were often not the ones who decided to get married, right?
Who decided that the woman was going to get married?
That marriage fell into the fortune. But
well, their families decided to marry them.
Access to
Their families decided to marry these women so they can get the money. Okay?
Fortune.
They both got access to a fortune through marriage. Yeah.
But the women fell into it. The man.
In other words, she's that poor black woman wasn't at fault. No, the fathers of that black woman wanted her to marry into it. The whole family. Women were property for the most part. They did what they were supposed to do. Just any other, whatever was going on a couple of 100 years ago is not what's going on now. You didn't have these rights. And this man is trying to push the issue. The whole family was involved. Maybe the daughter didn't have as much say, but the dad did, the mother did, the family benefited, they all profited.
Went for the marriage to gain access to business.
I think both sides went for the marriage to get access to the business, actually. I think that the West African families, the Ghanaian, the Akan families, were also marrying off their daughters. So in the beginning of the period...
The Akan, for somebody type Akan family in the chat room. Akan is a tribe. And we're going to talk about that in a minute.
It's always the father who decides who they get married. And then that changes in the later period. But they're marrying their daughters to the trade to get access to the trade.
Right, but this is what I'm saying, but earlier you said the men to get access to
the trade,
the traders further inland, they married an African, and that helped them get better access. So
they both sides.
It started with the male.
Well, that's a sort of, it started with...
Now, he hadn't wrote one book, okay? He had not wrote one book, but he is trying his best to make her, he's trying his best to keep that theme that he wants. And that is that it was all the Europeans' fault because they want to continue romanticizing Africa. I'm not going to do it. I see it for what it is.
Right, like it started with men, right? Because it started with slave trading at West African men who were also selling,
the Africans that were involved in selling their own people, capturing and selling their own people.
Shout out to Mr. Heavy Transport.
Right. Didn't they do that mainly to protect their own skins so that they don't get put on the ship?
They did. So they did not sell their own people.
Uh-oh.
Is the crucial thing. Like nobody sells their own people. Right?
No,
so they're selling other people.
Okay,
but,
by own, I didn't mean their own little village or so. I meant the African.
They didn't have a sense of the African, right? So they had a sense of being Ga or being a Khan or being from their village or being from their area, right? Or from their language group. They didn't have a sense of being African, so they were not selling their own people.
They were not selling their own people.
Tribe, but they was glad to sell the neighbor, the one in the next town.
Exactly.
But they were doing it so they don't get on the ship. Am I right?
Yeah, and to make money.
And some of them
to make money.
You said that some of them, their family were captured, and unless they brought some other people in, their family went in the ship.
Yes,
so
that's what he said.
Yeah,
so
it was a bad deal all around.
It was mainly a survival thing for the Africans.
Yeah.
Because the Europeans were the ones pushing.
Like, yeah, whatever. Sit down, sir.
Yeah.
So that was to be understood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was trying his best. That's what some of these people, when you shout out to all the haters who are going to look at this video and try your best to squirm and run and try to say, Dennis Spurling, what we talk about? You read the book. Just read the damn book. Just read Daughters of the Trade. And, you will be able to see for yourself what I have read. Okay? Don't get mad at me. Get mad at the historical data. And for you all who want to blame the white woman, you heard what the black people said. I had a bunch of black people say the same thing. We weren't the same people. Africans participated, blah, blah, blah. I just added some nuance to it. Don't get mad at me. It's not my fault. Shout out to Salah Saint. She said they made a deal with the devil and we still spend. Yes, indeed. Now look here. Daughters of the Trade is receipts. The receipts they can't escape. You understand me? These are receipts that they can't escape. That's the book. And there are dozens of other books just like it. Daughters of the Trade, it confirms that many African families did not believe they were selling their own people. They captured folk that were considered outsiders or prisoners of war, ethnic minorities, rival clans. And this distancing mentality allowed Africans, elites and other people, and not even just the elites, to rationalize that brutal international trafficking. The marriage alliances between European traders and African women, often referred to as kasar or keeping house, these marriages weren't born out of love. They were born because of money. It was about the money. That's why they did it. They married their daughters off to European men, and African families gained direct access to the trade, weapons, protection, and European wealth. The same African families who profited then are still powerful today. And many carry the same last names and still hold the land and the influence, and they still benefit from the economic legacy built on the backs of our foundational Black American ancestors. So when you travel to Ghana, when you buying those gifts and you spending money, you pumping money into the economy, remember, you're enriching the descendants of the very people who sold our ancestors into bondage. And that makes you not a pilgrim, not a seeker of roots, but a fool, enriching the same bloodline that once brokered your family's captivity. These marriage-based alliances were essential to maintaining the transatlantic slave trade. And without the participation of African families, and I'm not just going to blame the women, without the participation of the entire extended family, the European presence on the coast would have collapsed. You heard what the woman said. These white boys could only stay there for a year. Okay, they needed that help. You see, and the families acted as a go-between between the local managers and the enforcers, and they were not passive observers. They were stakeholders in the trafficking of our ancestors. Look, we learned the Europeans were effectively powerless on the coast of Ghana until England purchased those forts from the Danes and brought in those standing armies to impose colonial rule. Prior to that, the Danish traders, as she said, was only about 20 men. Nobody wanted to go to the west coast of Africa. There was no prestige associated with that. It was a crap hole, as Donald Trump said. They didn't want to go there. They'd rather go to the British West Indies. It was more prestige associated. Africa was for, oh no, that was bottom of the barrel. That's why they had a bunch of young men as young as 14. Africans were captured far inland and sold multiple times, sometimes up to 5 times before ever reaching the coast. And so what that lets me know is there existed a well-organized network of human trafficking that stretched across regions, functioning as an economic supply chain where our ancestors were treated like livestock, bartered, traded, and sold again and again. Each transaction profited someone new. A different family, a different local warlord, a regional merchant. This was not incidental or peripheral involvement. This was systematic, embedded commerce sustained over centuries. And because it spanned hundreds of years, involving countless villages and tribal authorities, it means that thousands upon thousands of people, rich and poor alike, were complicit. This wasn't just the work of the elites. The entire communities, the entire region were drawn into this machinery of human trade. Meanwhile, the same Europeans that we often blame very rarely ventured inland. They didn't need to. The Africans brought the captives to them. And the Europeans built the forts along the coast. Yes, but Africans filled the ships. See, real manpower and collection, the transport, the enforcement, all of that was done by the Africans. The myth that Europeans were stalking through jungles with nets, that's just a flat out, that's a lie. They were stationary at the shore, waiting for the supply line to reach them. So without African participation, this transatlantic slave trade would have never reached the industrial scale it did. Africa wasn't just involved, it was foundational to the entire system. There were those who supported the trade indirectly also, and those who benefited financially from the surrounding economy. Not every participant was somebody who went out and chained somebody up by their hands and whatnot. Many of them profited trade through supplying food and shelter and logistics and weapons. Everyone along the chain got paid though. And that blood money fueled empires, both African and European. And because of that widespread structured involvement, every last one of them is guilty. And whether directly chaining or our ancestors are indirectly supporting the trade by feeding, housing, and arming or transporting captives, their hands are stained just the same. This wasn't an isolated act committed by a few rogue chiefs, family. It was an African affair. From the moment a person was captured inland to the moment they were marched to the coast and loaded into one of those European ships, entire communities, networks, economies were built around this trade. The same people who didn't touch The shackles still grew rich, selling food to the slavers and building holding pens or transporting captives, our people, from one post to another. Not every African put somebody in chains, but most, if not all, ensured the chains stayed locked by keeping the machines moving. That makes them all culpable. And the trade wouldn't have worked without the cooks, the guards, the translators, the caravan leaders, the local rulers who taxed every sale. Everyone along the supply chain got paid. That was blood money. And it didn't just build European empires, it fueled African kingdoms and enriched African families and financed African destinies whose descendants still hold wealth and power today. No amount of denial changes the fact that they all played a part. And they must all be held accountable historically, culturally, morally, and if I have anything to do with it, by paying us reparations. Shout out to Eddie B. So when I got people like Professor Griff and Umar Johnson, okay, neither one of them is a historian, neither one of them is a lawyer. They demand references. They deny it happened. When Pan-Africanists try to derail this conversation, remember, they're either uninformed or deliberately protecting their proximity to the African elites and the fantasy and unity that was never grounded in truth. These people benefit from that. Didn't Dr. Umar Johnson just get his citizenship over there in one of those countries or something like that? Huh? You see how all these folks you got YouTubers right now. You got folk right now who are on this YouTube swearing up, oh, we don't want to boycott these Africans. That's our brothers. Shh, no, they're not. They'll tell you they're not. They've been telling us that for 500 years that they're not. They tell you we're not the same people. It's only when it's convenient that they're the same people. So foundational Black Americans are not obligated to remain silent while the descendants of the slavers posture as our equals or saviors. We're not the same. And this particular book proves that now. African elites were not merely accomplices in the slave trade. They laid the groundwork for the European colonialism. And in practice, European slavers seldom ventured inland. We talked about that. They built forts along the coast like Christiansburg and Usa Castle, but they relied heavily on local African networks to supply the captives. Africans captured people deep in the interior and sold them through supply chains, often up to 5 times. I talked about that. And each one of the sellers profited incrementally. And this was a systematic participation. It wasn't not just some random betrayal. Entire communities across generations were complicit, from small families to powerful families. The Danish presence on the Gold Coast illustrated this dependency. Their forts were staffed by as few as 10 to 20 Danes. That forced them to rely on local African intermediaries for everything from security to administration. At any particular time, they could have been overrun. And by contrast, look what happened in South Africa. The Zulus ran that. And the Zulus said, no, you're not going to do that. So why is it that slave trade happened on the east coast of Africa, it happened on the west coast of Africa, and happened in the central? But when you got to southern Africa, it wasn't none, because that was the Zulu Empire, and they wasn't having no part of that. So that lets me know that these African tribes had the power to deal with it. You don't think 100,000, 15,000, 10,000 Africans can take on 10 or 20 Danes? 10 or 20 white men who are sick anyway and tired of being there? No. And here's what I want you to understand. It wasn't until 1850 when Denmark sold its fort to Britain for what would be equivalent of $1.5 million, or roughly $2.5 million today after inflation. That's when European control was solidified to outright colonial control. Only then, in 1850, did England deeply bring in the standing armies and begin the formal political takeover. And that stayed for about 100 years, right? And they transformed this trading post into colonies, okay? These were military strongholds. You see? And they didn't just inherit stone walls. They inherited the African-controlled infrastructure and the familiar networks built around that same slave system. So colonialism, as we know it, could only have taken root after England brought in its own standing army to enforce authority and reshape the economies and impose legal structures. They transformed to mercantile footholds into this territorial colonialization. So when Africans complain about colonialism, make sure you remind them that what we went through with chattel slavery and your colonialism is two different things, because you allowed Europeans to get a foothold in Africa because you did business with them. You did a dirty business with them. And that dirty business was slavery. And after one group of Europeans got through with you, they sold their rights to another group of Europeans, but you let the Europeans in the first place. And that's why to this day, the Danish and the English are differentiated amongst the Ghanaians because of the legacies they left behind. You see? The legacies they left behind. The Danish are looked upon as more acceptable because they were the ones that did what? They worked as partners. They did slavery together. The English regulated, brought it to an end, and imposed colonialism and all its horror. But nevertheless, keep in mind, they are still the ones that let them in. Now, the other thing is, I want to talk about something very specific. There are known African tribes that did participate in the African slave trade. And you're going to really, let's dig into it. And if you learn something, I should earn something, but I ain't begging nobody for nothing. Let's go over some numbers. The transatlantic slave trade officially began in 1444 when the Portuguese sailors transported enslaved Africans from West Africa to the coast of Lisbon. So by 1518, Spain authorized the first direct shipment of African slaves to the Americas. Okay? From 1500 to 1888, European powers, including Portugal, Spain, Britain, France, and the Netherlands, forcibly transported over 12 million Africans across the Atlantic. And those are conservative numbers. And these captives were sold and forced to work primarily on plantations and mines throughout the Americas. The trade reached its peak between 1700 and 1808. And that's when in 1808, the British outlawed the transatlantic slave trade. So did the United States. But when the demand for labor in the New World surged, okay, although abolition movements began gaining momentum, I should say, the trade persisted, okay? And of course, as we always talk about on this channel, it was outlawed in 1808, all right? And in France in 1815, with the final abolition in 1848, okay? Now, the Arab slave trade, also known as the trans-Saharan slave trade, it began much earlier in 650 AD. It rose shortly after Islam came about, and the Arab Swahili traders captured or purchased Africans from the East Coast and Central, but still not the South, because keep in mind, the Zulus ran that. They were violent down there, and people were scared. But people who were sent, who captured on the East Coast, shout out to Afro Merchant, from North Africa, Middle East, they were sent to Middle East, Persia, India, even China. And this trade started around 600 AD. That was 1,300 years ago, 1,300 years ago. And it extended well up into the 1900s. Okay, some of the last nations to abolish slavery was Saudi Arabia and Yemen in 1962, Oman in 1970. Some of you all were alive then. Mauritania in 1981. That was the final country in the world to do away with slavery. Okay? But they didn't criminalize it until 2007. Now, I'm going to put this in the chat room so you all can do your homework and go check this out. This is the slavevoyages.com. Y'all can check this website out. Now, I want to specifically, how many of you all are familiar with Essence Magazine? How many of you all are familiar with the Essence Festival? Are you all familiar with the Essence Festival? You should be. Okay. Now, again, I want to talk to you guys specifically about who was involved in what. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to list all the tribes, all the nations who were involved in slavery. And one in particular I want to bring up. Who knows who, what's that lady's name? Caroline Wanga. You guys know who Caroline Wanga is? Huh? You know who Caroline Wanga is? Let me show you who Caroline Wanga is. Take a listen.
To be known as the Cookout. It was created in 1995, created to center Black American heritage, the music, fashion, beauty, political power. It was basically like the family reunion created by Black people for Black people. Soul food, a little gospel, a little trap, NOLA. It was a culture that you felt deep in your chest. But now, not so much. It feels somewhat curated, corporatized, and it no longer feels like it centers us. The current CEO of Essence is a former DEI executive for Target. So the very thing that Black Americans are protesting, she was the center of, and now she's the center. Well, she's.
Now, this woman is a CEO. Somebody said they can't hear. This woman is a CEO of Target, or she's a former CEO of Target. Her name is Caroline Wanga, former CEO of Target. Caroline Wanga, born in Kenya, came to this country. What did I say earlier about the African elite? You're not dealing with poor Africans who came to this country. They already have something over there. Kenneth Milo, they're from the elite. Keep listening.
She's the head, the CEO of Essence. Upon more research, I found out that she is originally from Kenya, and she moved to the U.S. when she was about 10 years old. The point of me bringing that up.
She moved to the U.S. when she was 10 years old. So she didn't come up here illegally. Somebody in Kenya got approved to come over here because they probably had the money to do it. You guys keep saying you can't hear. Everybody else can hear. Keep listening.
She doesn't seem like she values Black American heritage.
She does not seem like she values Black American heritage. This Kenyan woman, whose name is Caroline Wanga, who is from who is former Target DEI hire, I guess. So she took somebody's spot, and now she is the CEO of Essence. Okay, now let's keep listening. The impression is she does not value Black American heritage. Now let's keep listening. We're gonna learn a little bit more about her. Listen to her speak.
What does that mean? It means something really simple that is a pet peeve of mine, but I'm gonna put on the table and then we're gonna shut up. All this BS about African versus US Black versus Caribbean Black versus Canadian Black versus Antarctica Black. I don't have facts to prove that.
So she's basically voicing her opposition to delineation of Black Americans delineating, foundational Black Americans delineating. Keep listening.
We everywhere. Arctic Black. If you allow that narrative to exist within you, you're participating in dismantling who we're supposed to be in this world, y'all.
Mm-hmm. Now, I want you to keep in mind that she and I both know that we are not Kenyan. In fact, you heard every historian and all these Africans tell you that we're not the same people. And in fact, the people who were sold over here were not the same people, and they don't identify by race, they identify by tribe and nationality. Let's keep listening.
Rich and I are no more, actually no less dedicated to the Black community in the US than we are to the Black community in Africa and in the Caribbean and in Europe. And the fact that our descent is African and your descent might be different does not mean that we can't represent all. And we're not fighting for all.
You might be able to, but you're not doing it. That's what the people are saying. Let's keep listening.
Keep letting this narrative exist in the world. I told y'all this is me. If you were calling me, this is how it would come out, y'all.
There you.
And I'm gonna tell you why I'm triggered on that in a second. anybody can believe what they want to believe. What I need the world part of this to do is to proactively dismantle the part of that conversation that is about, if you ain't a black, I certify you don't deserve to help make black better.
All right, so her last name is Wanga. And I want to explain to you all a little bit about these African surnames and these African names. They literally are the receipts for who these people are. Unlike us, our heritage was lost, okay? But let's learn a little bit about the Wanga Kingdom. It's located in what is now Kenya, and it played a key role in the East African slave trade. Shout out to Trayvon Dorsey, especially during the King Nabongo Mumia. And here's how they were involved. Basically, they worked with the Arab and the Swahili slave traders. The Wanga formed partnerships with Arab and Swahili slave traders who traveled throughout the region. These traders used Wanga land as a safe base to operate their slave trading businesses. In other words, if the Wangas had not allowed them to use that land, they would not have been able to conduct their business. You understand me? What did they do? Together with the Arab and the Swahili traders, the Wanga attacked nearby communities, especially the Luo and the Bukusi, the B-U-K-U-S-O, Bukusu tribes. And they captured people during these raids and sold them into slavery. Some were even sent into the transatlantic slave trade through the coastal ports. Now, what you have to understand is that the reason you don't have a lot of black people of African descent when you get east is because they would castrate them and they would sterilize them. So there was no breeding. Now, keep in mind, here in the United States, we literally had breeding farms because at the point where slavery was ended, right, or the importation of slaves was ended, they still had work to need to be done. But nevertheless, the town of Iluriku, later named Mumias, became a key location for the organization, and launching those raids known as slave trades with the Sudi and the Pongani operated from there. So the Wanga got involved in the slavery partly due to military threats from rival groups like the Luo and the increasing presence of the colonial powers. Aligning with the Arab traders gave them weapons, wealth, and political leverage. In the end, the cooperation helped expand the foreign control, and in the region tied the Wanga kingdom even deeper into the global network of slavery. All right, so this woman's last name is Wanga. Now, some of you like, oh, Dennis, I don't believe you. Just because her last name is Wanga doesn't mean her family was involved in slavery, right? Right? Just because her last name is Wanga. I'm trying to tell you, it's a roadmap. Okay, it's a roadmap. Let's go ahead and listen to another interview that she did several years back. I want you to hear what she has to say. All right, listen to her. Fair use. When she said they weren't allowed to procreate, basically those blacks who were taken to Asia were castrated. Okay, that's why. Keep listening. You hear that? So this very successful woman of African descent from Kenya who's come to the United States, worked her way up through Target, and is now the CEO of Essence Fest, a foundational Black American event every year. This woman is descended from slavery. She's descended from slavers, the same people that sent us over here. And so what I'm trying to explain to you all, and the point I'm getting at, and we're going to ride this horse on in, and I'm almost done, but I got work to do. What I'm trying to explain to you, family, a lot of these Africans who come to our country and talk down to you, these are the successful Africans. These are the ones with money. Their ancestors are the very ones that sold foundational Black Americans into slavery. Let that sink in. Now, I'm going to let her finish talking, and then we're going to get back to one full circle. You going to the location that your ancestors sent our ancestors to. That's full circle, huh? All right, take it all in. Take it all in, family. We're not finished. So again, we're going to continue discussing the African tribes who were involved in the slave trade. Okay. Now we're going to move on to the central and southern African tribes, since you all say we don't know. You know, we name the tribes involved. Let's talk about what is called the present day Congo and Gabon, the kingdom of the Longo. This was a major coastal hold for exporting enslaved Africans. And their motivation, they profited from acting as middlemen, trading slaves captured inland in exchange for European goods like cloth, firearms, and alcohol. So they would be the ones that run in and go get the other people. Who do they work for? The Portuguese, the Dutch, the French traders, all operated from these ports. Another, the Empire of the Lunda. That's present-day Democratic Republic of Congo, you know, where they just stopped that war. And they were an inland supplier of the captives. In other words, they would meet them. They're already inland. So you go to the Empire of the Lunda, okay, and they would supply the coastal markets. What was their motivation? Expansion of territory and control over trade routes. The Lunda elite used the slave trade to build wealth and military alliances. And note this, they trade with both Atlantic and Indian Ocean networks. So their span all the way across the bottom the southern part of Africa, or central part of Africa. Hear about the kingdom of the Luba. This is also the modern day Democratic Republic. Central node, it was an overland slave transport route. That's what they were. And their motivation was internal power, struggles, and economic incentives pushed the rulers to trade captives for weapons and prestige and good. They wasn't doing it because they were made to do it. They did it because they want to do it. The Europeans couldn't have made it that far inland if they wanted to. They didn't have the firepower and the manpower. You understand what I'm saying, family? The Europeans might have been able to pull up and snatch a few people off the coast, but all the Africans had to do was move in. Europeans weren't coming in there. All right, let's move on to the Ndongo, present-day Angola. Their role, basically, they were frequent battlefield between African rulers and the Portuguese colonizers. Some of the leaders resisted, okay, the Portuguese, but others made deals to maintain influence. Enslaved people were used for military and political survival. One of the main ones was Queen Nzanga. She famously resisted the slavery and Portuguese expansion, but remember, they were largely involved in it. The other one is the kingdom of Matumba. They were a partner and competitor with the Ngongo. And under Queen Nzinga, Matumba participated in the slave trade secretly as a strategic choice to maintain sovereignty while resisting total Portuguese domination. Okay? The kingdom of the Kisama. They were mercenaries and warriors. They were in it for the money. It was military based. They raided other kingdoms for captives. They sold captives to the Portuguese, and they returned weapons in return for weapons and supplies. They were feared, they were brutal, and they were nomadic and warlike. What about the Bakongo, the kingdom of the Bakongo? So listen to this. When we always talking about these African kings and queens, these are the same people who got together and sold us into slavery. So hell with them African kings and queens. All right, but the thing is, the kingdom of the Bakongo, it's in modern day Congo, and it was one of the earliest kingdoms to establish relationships with the Portuguese. They were all in it. They did it for the money. They did it for the goods. Okay. And King Alfonso, he was around in the early 1500s. He complained to the Portuguese about excessive slave trading, but the trading continued. All right. And while some African nations resisted and fought against the slave trade, many of the West and Central, they were directly involved. They sold to Spain, Portugal, France, Britain, the Netherlands. They captured and sold people, you see? And they acted as middlemen. Now let's talk about West Africa, which is where a lot of our ancestors are from. The Kabu people, the kingdom of Kabu, they were a major player in slave capture and trade in West Africa, okay? What was their motivation? It was warfare. It was conquest to supply the captives to the Portuguese. The Jolo or the Diallo people, Jola and Diola people. This is modern day Senegal and Guyana-Bissau. They were smaller tribe groups of people, and sometimes captured and sold, and sometimes participated in local trade. What was their motivation? Survival. They had rivalries. They couldn't let their enemies do better than them. Okay. What about the kingdom of Kahamo? Khamo. They were in modern day Senegal and Mali, in regional kingdom, and involved in inland trade. So they never even really came to the coast. They stayed on the inland. They supplied captives to merchants in exchange for weapons, so in textiles. So the people came and met them inland, and they would trade them the slaves that they already had. The white men didn't do it, other Africans did it. And then we have the kingdom of the Bahama, Bamana. They were a militarized empire, and they profited from slave trades. These people knew how to conduct war. These were warriors. They could have annihilated those European traders anytime, those European forts anytime they wanted to. Okay? So here's another, and that's in Mali, the kingdom of the Bamana. All right, next up, the kingdoms of the Futu Jalan and the Futu Toro. That's in Guinea and Senegal. These are Islamic theocracies involved in the trade of non-Muslims as captives. So basically, these people were Muslims, and they said, well, we're going to trade anybody who's not Muslim. We're going to capture anybody who's not a Muslim. Religious justifications, that's why they justified. And of course, they made money, okay? But that was their justification. And something you need to understand also is that you still had these indigenous African beliefs, even though Islam had taken over. And so sometimes you could be just not Muslim enough. Think about it like this. It was the country people who were considered not Muslim enough, because the people in the city, the people in the more sophisticated parts of this particular nation, they practice Islam in a more orthodox way. And so by the time you got out to the country, they still were using their roots and whatnot. Are y'all learning something? Because if you learning something, I should be earning something. I'm just going to put that out there. All right. If you learning, I should be earning. I know you are. You never had anybody lay it out like this for you, especially at this particular time when everybody's coming for foundational Black Americans' throats. I'm just saying. So if you're learning something, I should be earning something. Let's get back to the kingdom of Koyo. This is in Sierra Leone and the Gulf of Guinea. It was a coastal trading state. They stayed on the coast. Okay. They became rich by serving as intermediary between the inland captors and the European buyers. You understand what I'm saying? So keep that in mind. All right, the kingdom of Kong, like King Kong, they were present day Burkina Faso and the Ivory Coast. They were inland trade network connector. The motivation, they traded gold, ivory, and captives to northern and coastal traders. So think about this. You got your inland traders, you got your coastal traders. So the inland traders basically traded to probably other inland traders, and eventually it made its way to the coastal traders. You see what I mean? So everybody was involved all the way in out. What about the kingdom of Songhai? The kingdom of Songhai, this is in modern day Niger, Mali, and parts of Nigeria, one of the largest empires in West Africa. This is where Mansa Musa was from. This is where Bubukari II was from. They engaged in the slave trade internally and with North African merchants. What was their motivation? Politics. They had a tribute system. It was for economic profit. What about the empire of the Akan and the Asante and the Twa people? This is present day Ghana and the Ivory Coast. Okay? Shout out to August Dreams. They were the dominant slave trading empire. They used captives from wars to trade for firearms and luxury items with Europeans. They built strong, centralized profits. Now, I want you to understand what I'm saying. I want you to really, let me really lay this out for you so you can truly understand what I'm saying. Remember earlier I told you all that the people who profited from slavery back then are still in power now. Remember I said that? You guys remember when I said that? Huh? The people that profited, I just Googled this. And I want you to you can do it yourself. I'm going to show you, and I'm not trying to disrespect anybody or anybody like that, but I got to show my people. I'm going to share the screen with you all. This is a Facebook post that I just put up. Okay? Let me know if you can see what's on the screen. These are the wealthiest people in Ghana right now. Look at their last names. Look at their last names. Remember what I told you about Miss Wanga? These last names are Akan last names. Okay? And the empire of the Akan was what? A dominant slave trading empire. So these people are of the Akan people. You understand what I'm saying? Is it all starting to lay out? These people are of the Akan people. How do I know? Because if you simply look up the origins of their surnames, the top one being Jonah, it's Ghanaian. Okay? It signifies Akan heritage. It's biblical. Okay? But it's something that's commonly used. Okay? It was adopted through religious influence of family tradition. In other words, remember these people married into these European families? Here's another one. The Ghanaian name P-O-K-U. Let me know if y'all can see that. I don't know if you guys can see what this screen. Let me share this screen with you again. All right. Okay. This woman, Patricia Puku Diaby. Okay. It's an Akan name, particularly the Ashanti surname, and often associated with certain traditional lineages. Diaby is a surname found among the Mole and Dagbon people. It's another ethnic group. It's a neighboring country. This other name that we have here, A-G-Y-A-P-O-N-G. It's an Akan surname, strong or powerful. That's what these people are telling you their heritage. It doesn't take, you don't have to be that intelligent to figure it out. They kept it. They tell you what it is. This name, Apong. Okay? Well, Dufour means Tuesday. It's also a Ashanti name. Same thing with this last name, Bediako. I can't say it. And Sapong. These are all surnames. These are all, well, I think these are all Akan names. So here's what I need you all to understand. These people have kept their heritage. When they come over to our country, shout out to B. Thomas. All right, so just keep that in mind. And we talked about heavily, we talked about Ghana and we talked about those people, the Akan people. That's where this book, Daughters of the Trade, is based out of. And these Akan people were heavily involved in the slave trade. That's what I need you all to understand. So just consider that when they come over here and they're sent to these positions of power. These are the same rich people, rich black people that benefited over there. They come over here and they benefit. The other one, and I'm gonna wrap this up soon, but I need y'all to learn, the Fanti Confederacy. They were a coastal trading confederation that collaborated with the British. Their motivation used the slave trade to resist the Ashanti dominance and gain foreign support. In other words, you got people fighting each other about who's going to be slave and who's not going to be slave. So if you didn't participate in the slave trade, the other ones might get you. So you had to participate. You try to capture as many of theirs and send them over. Shout out to Nikki O. Okay. The Bono State, that's in present-day Ghana, along with the Fanti and the Ashans, the predecessor to the Ashanti involved in the early slave trade networks. All right, the Salaga slave market in present-day Ghana, one of one of West Africa's most infamous slave trade, the Salaga slave market. What was their motivation? The Central Exchange, and they were the hub. That's where the captives came. Oh, and they were sold to the traders heading to the coast. And then you have something called the coastal people, the ANHO, the Little Popo. Okay, ANHO, I can't say the Aniho. It was a slave port, a slave export port used by the Portuguese and the French. Their motivation, local rulers taxed and profited from the trade. That's why, you know, and we all know about the kingdom of the Dahomey. They were heavily militarized kingdom, deeply engaged in the slave trade. Their motivation is they were trying to get money so they can build their empire, build their economy, build their army. It was big business. The Aluda people, which is in present-day Benin, they were a coastal competitor to the Dahomey. In other words, they operated off the coast. They involved in selling captives to the Europeans. So you see, you had the inland slave traders, you had the coastal slave traders, and everything was highly fought over. Shout out to VA Vengeance. And they gained wealth and military support through the slave trade. The kingdom of the Wadu, the Yoruba people. Yeah, don't y'all love them? I'm Yoruba. The Yoruba people. They had an important slave port and trading post. They became a target of the Dahomey due to its lucrative involvement in the slave exports. In other words, they were making a lot of money, and the Dahomey said, look, we're going to come take over. That's the Yoruba people, the empire of the Oyo. That's in modern-day Nigeria. The Yoruba people. Large inland empire supplied slaves to the coastal end traders. So the Yoruba people were inland. Shout out to Sharon Advance Your Life. The Yoruba people were inland, and they were inland supplier. So they would buy from other inland people, capture other people inland, and they would trade it to the people on the coast. They used their cavalry-based conquest to capture and sell quote-unquote war slaves. You understand? The Yoruba people. And here's another, the Aro Confederacy, the Oro Chukwa, the Igbo people, modern-day Nigeria, control vast slave networks via religion and you understand? And something they call the Ebini Ukpabi Oracle. All right? They combined, they deemed their motivation was they had spiritual authority with economic control to dominate slave routes. They were like the I call them the Yahtzees. They were like the Yahtzees of they had the right to dominate it. You see? And then let's talk about the Kanem people, Kanem Borno in Nigeria, Chad, and Niger. Powerful Salihian empire. And they engaged in trans-Saharan regional slave trade. What was their motivation? They were saying, well, slavery was part of Islamic expansion and tribute systems. So they used religion as the reason. They weren't scared of them white folk. That wasn't their motivation. And lastly, the Edo people in Benin. They initially resisted the slave trade, but later they said, oh, well, let's get on in. They traded enslaved war captives with the Portuguese for firearms. And then you also had the Ife people in Nigeria, the Kingdom of Ife, religious and cultural center, less directly involved, but part of the regional Yoruba tribe networks. They gained indirect benefit through alliances and trade exchanges. Now, I've taken the time to explain to you the people who did participate, but there was some known African groups who did not participate, all right? There were communities of kingdoms that historical sources suggest did not participate in the slave trade, meaning they either resisted slave trading and raiding heavy, or they just refused to participate. The Fanti people, okay? The Fanti Confederacy in Ghana, they actively resisted the slave trade. They expelled European slavers and they protected their coast against forced enslavement. This is all documented, okay? Now that doesn't mean some of them didn't participate, but as far as an official position, the Fanti Confederacy actively resisted. And then you have the people, the Immigrant Futu Toro in Senegal. They were a theocratic state, and they banned slave trading, enforcing that no Muslim or non-Muslim could be sold. This was in Senegal. And then you had the Kikuyu people, and they famously resisted the Arab slave trade and its raiders, and they never adopted slavery, and they would unalive intruders who brought slave trading missions to them. And then you also had the Kingdom of Benin in Nigeria, introduced an early embargo on slave exports in the 1530s under Oba Esigi. And through the trade later resumed, it did later resume later under different leadership, but they initially refused to engage, okay? And then also you have the Mossi Kingdom in Burkina Faso. They fought wars to block slave trades from neighboring powers like Songhai and Mali, and they initially resisted the slave trade, all right? Then you also have the Jola people in Senegal and Ghana and Guinea-Bissau, and they refused to take part in the slave trade, and they resisted European traders in the 1400s, and though many were victimized, they refused to participate. All right, then you also had the Kuru people, K-R-U, in Liberia and Sierra Leone. They were known they were seafarers, they were skilled, and they were resistant. They refused to serve on slave ships, and they fought back when captured. You understand me? So it wasn't all of them, all right? So the Balanti people, which is the Guinea-Bissau, they stood strong against the Portuguese enslavers. They engaged in guerrilla warfare to protect their lands, and they never gave in to slavery. So big hand clap for those ancestors. Now the other people, they participated, they had group involvement, mixed involvement, but these are the people who consistently did not persist, and in the East Africa, many of the interior Bantu groups similarly avoided slave trade alliances and oftentimes, and that's why most foundational Black Americans, when you look at your history, you have Bantu, because they weren't participating, they fought against it. But I want to take this opportunity to thank everybody who contributed to the Super Chat. I still have a closing statement, and I hope you all hang in there with me and let me finish doing my work. I've been working hard. I hear my voice leaving me. But this is a very passionate subject, and my people need it right now. We need to talk about this. And since nobody else is giving it to you straight, I'm going to give it to you like it needs to be given to you. But unfortunately, I don't cook. I'm ice cold. This is the Blizzard King. Let's go ahead and read these Super Chats. Shout out to Urban Eagle. Thank you so much for the $5 Super Chat. We got 36 Super Chats. If you learn something, I should earn something. Let me put my mood music on so I can make this day go by better. Let me put my mood music on. If you learn something, I should earn something. If you learn something, I should earn something. I ain't begging. I'm just saying that we got 36 Super Chats. Let's see if we can get to 40. That'll be sporty. Y'all let me know if I'm worth it. If you learn something tonight, then let me get to 40. We got 36. Shout out to Urban Eagle. Shout out to Cherie. Teach the people, Professor. Yes, my love, I will. Shout out to Holy FBA Codex TV. The boycott should be forever just part of a code. Keep your money within the community itself. Thank you so much, family. Also, that boy Cameron 213. Thanks. Welcome to the membership. Johnny Harris. When are they going to stand up against these white folks and work hard in their own 45 countries? It's 54 countries to make them great again. That's right. Good call. Shout out to Johnny Harris. What about Forehead? Ah, you funny. Eddie B, she has more grifting and racial animus like most Africans here trying to take resources meant for us FBAs. Thank you so much, Tobias Jonah. Thank you so much, family. Thank you, Unc. No problem, brother. Love you. Who else we got? Jedi Sage, thanks for the tuition. Also, G-Town Skittles, thank you for the $20. Samony Wellbat, as half FBA, half Ghanaian, thank you for sharing the real history. Peace, brother. Aaron the plumber. Okay, thank you, fam. I appreciate you. Who else we got here? Cool E says, keep dropping the knowledge, brother. FBAs are all we got. Let's turn this momentum into progressive growth, group economic moment. I want to spend the majority of my money solely with FBA. Good looking out, brother. This information should call into question everything you've been taught and hear from Pan-Africans. FBAs must lead and help teach people what really happened. Too much information out there. Yeah, you're not gonna fool me. I'm not gonna let y'all be fooled. Anybody around me, I'm gonna hit you upside the head with this knowledge. You're gonna learn. We shouldn't only boycott African biz, we should boycott all immigrant-owned biz. How many of y'all Negroes ready to sacrifice the tacos and burritos? Some of our people are too soft to give up a shrimp fried rice. You're funny. Who else? V for Vengeance, Blizzard King. This is great work. Please give us where to find the video for our official FBA study. Go to, just type in Daughters of the Trade. Just type in Daughters of the Trade. The video is 9 years old. I got the book. It's available on Amazon. Check it out. It's good stuff. We got 37 super chats. Let's see if we can get to 40. Who else we got in here? Let me see. Reviewer said, I came in the room late, but I'm a catch up. LOL. Fam, FBA Friedman, thank you so much. Ada Cherry, thank you for the super sticker. Mr. Heavy Transfer, Uncle Dennis, we learn from your research and analysis every day. Thank you so much, fam. Salah Saint, what a beautiful name. Salah Saint, that is just a beautiful name. Salah Saint, thank you. So they made a deal with the devil and we still paying for it. Ain't that the truth? Eddie B, just think about all the lies you've been sold and continue to be sold by Pan-Africanists. We got 38 super chats. We almost at 40. Let's see if we can get to 40 before I finish this count. Continue to be sold Pan dinner circuit, black Democrats and white liberals. Thank you so much. Afro Merchant, keep cooking, OG. Necessary history lesson. I shall. Kenneth Milo, no one does it better. Keep pushing, brother. The energy is in the ether is shifting because of this game that you were spitting. I'm very proud to be a foundational Black American. Me too. I would never want to be anything else other than what I am right now. Shout out to Trayvon Dorsey. Shout out to Charlene Royal. Shout out to August Dreams. I'm learning. Norwal, I always learn something. Greatly appreciated. You're very welcome. Black Abdullah, each one teach one, brother. Man, I'm teaching. I had like 1,000 people in here, man. A lot of people get taught. I hope y'all hit that like button. Don't do me dirty. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button before you leave. Classes in session. This is some of the best content on YouTube right now. Thank you, brother. I appreciate. I put a lot of hard work into this, man, because I want to give y'all something. I do this for my legacy, not just for right now. I definitely don't do it for the likes. I can make a lot more money in 4 hours than sitting up here. And plus, it takes about 6 or 7 hours to put these broadcasts together. So I do it as a labor of love. But I do appreciate these super chats. Y'all make sure y'all keep them coming. If you like what I did. If I didn't do any work, no problem. But if you learn something, I should earn something. Who else we got? B. Thomas, we definitely learned. All right, cool. Nikki O. Let's see. Nikki O says, I'm starting over, watching the replay. By the time the Civil War hit, 10% of Black Americans were free, which was actually 400. Okay, good number, baby. 488,000. A lot served in the United States. Confederate, I think what you do, the United States Army. I know what you mean. Thank you so much, beloved. I appreciate you. Let's see who else we got in here. Intricately Tangled. Thank you so much. Also, she says, learn so much, but one thing for certain, being motivated by greed never ends well. It don't, does it? It didn't end well, did it? You right. The Africans over there selling us, and it ain't work right. The nerve of them. But anyway, thank you so much, Mike Page and V for Vengeance. They hate chat this lesson on how to research African identity, individuals who or where they come from in Africa. We may definitely be surrounded by slavery. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They got my heritage, my history. Yeah, your last name indicates to me that the people that you belong to sold my people into slavery. Now, what is it that you want from me? You know what I mean? Just that should be the next conversation. Start really looking at them last names, and they'll tell you exactly who they are. You look up the name, it tells you what tribe they came from, and then you can refer back to this broadcast and see if they are one of the people on the list who were involved in the slavery. And you can have a good conversation with them about why we aren't the same people. But anyway, shout out to Shireen Advance. Simply thank you too. Appreciate this super chat. Mike Page, I was already feeling some type of way about all the attitude and disrespect, but this information is connected a lot. of dots and has got me hot. Yay, you boy, bars, that's what up. Charlene Royal says, and we got 41 super chats. We are rolling, man. Can we get to 45 before I finish? Thank you for educating our people. Thank you, Charlene Royal. I will keep doing it. Ashera Reborn, thank you very much. Thank you. P. Williams, thank you very much. GCLA, thank you for the super chat. We got 40 super chats. Shout out to everybody who came through with the super chats. Let's give a shout out to the people who came through with the cash app. I'm just gonna read your last name. Shout out to Little John. Shout out to Miss. Shout out to Jacoda. Shout out to Miss Floria Guillory. Oops. Shout out to Jacato. Shout out to Kimberly. Shout out to Lil John again. Shout out to Miss Smith. Shout out to Brandon Elliott. Shout out to Brandon Elliott again, and Terry and Nathaniel and Obajah, Norris, James, AB. Shout out to Elaine. Big shout out to everybody who came through with the super chats and the cash apps. You guys are the real MVPs. And let's go ahead and finish this work so I can go on here and get ready for my day job. You understand me? Because after I have to go to work tomorrow and do some lawyer stuff. Let me turn my music down. If you all enjoyed the broadcast, hit the number 1 button. I'm not finished. I got a little bit more to say, and then I'll be on my way. Bars. Yeah. Y'all, you ladies, y'all like my red rose? You like the red rose? Huh? Has a little beauty. Okay. Let me give him a little, might be trying to give myself a red rose repair. But let me see. So this all started. How did this start? Okay. It all started because somebody talked about a boycott. But here's the thing. Foundational Black Americans are justified in setting the record straight about the African participation in the transatlantic slave trade. We aren't the same people, right? And that's not just a feeling. That's the fact. Because over and over again, African historians and scholars and everyday African citizens, first generation and second generation, they say themselves, they've admitted what we've known deep down in our bones. The Africans who sold our ancestors into slavery did not see us as fellow Africans. They saw them, our ancestors, as captives, as rivals, as products, as others, and more importantly, they saw them as opportunities. They were from a different clan, a different ethnic group, a different kingdom, and therefore disposable. In many West and Central African societies, identity wasn't defined by skin color or even by continent. It was defined by tribe, language, religion, kinship, and political alliance. And that's why the Yoruba could sell the Igbo, and the Ashanti could war against the Fanti, and the Oro Confederacy could traffic their neighbors, and nobody blinked. They were betraying their people. They couldn't be betraying their people because they never saw them as their people in the first place. That was then. And this is now. The same descendants of those African elites now show up in America and suddenly want to blur the lines. Now they want to be Black when it's convenient. You understand me? Now they want to be Black. Now they want to claim shared suffering and shared struggle. They want to demand access to what we, FBA, Foundational Black Americans, bled for. But if we were not the same people when your ancestors sold us into bondage, we certainly aren't the same people now when it's time to collect the bounty the Foundational Black Americans have harvested or sown. They said it, their scholars said it, their history proves it. And we are here to make sure that distinction is respected going forward. So when you come here and apply for set-asides and affirmative action slots and minority business grants and diversity scholarships and housing vouchers or Black American hiring practice. Understand those benefits were not meant for you. They were fought for, died for, and won by our people, my people, foundational Black Americans on the soil we were chained to for centuries. And those reparative policies exist because of our generational struggle, not yours. You don't get to benefit from the legacy of those who, those you once commodified. You don't get to claim the cultural and political and economic fruit of a tree that your ancestors chopped at the roots. If you have the nerve to tell us we are not the same, then keep that same energy when it's time to fill out applications and tick boxes. Be Nigerian, be Ghanaian, be Cameroonian, be Senegalese, be proud of that. But don't try to wear our skin when it suits you. We are not the same people. We never were, and we never will be. And that's how it must remain, especially when it's time to divide the inheritance that only one of us paid for in blood. Pan-Africanists, come to the front of the room. Those who benefited from these close ties with these African governments or these elites, you're biased. And I'm talking to the FBAs. It explains why they strongly oppose this boycott or this critique that foundational Black Americans are giving their African cousins. See, these are folks who have upcoming trips planned to Africa. These are people who do business with these African entities or whose visa applications are in progress. They have a personal interest, you see? See, their personal interests conflict with this hard truth, this cold hard truth that I'm passing out, that many of you are passing out. And so it brings into question their loyalty. See, any FBA, any Black American, any foundational Black American who sides with outsiders against their own during a time of internal conflict can never be trusted because their loyalty has already been compromised at the most critical moment. When unity is needed most, in times of disagreement or necessary correction within a community, it is expected that family settles disputes privately with dignity and accountability. But when individuals, especially those vested with interest or personal gain, run to outsiders, particularly those who have historically oppressed or exploited the group, they expose not just a lack of solidarity, but a dangerous willingness to undermine the collective progress. These are the same folk who sabotaged efforts for justice, dismantled legitimate grievances, and gaslit our own people in exchange for access, acceptance, and financial benefit. Their betrayal isn't just political, it's personal, it's cultural, and generational. Trusting anybody after this treachery, after they've displayed their willingness, is not only naive, but dangerous to the integrity and survival of our community. Now, let's talk about the foundational Black Americans who are against this boycott. Not just the ones who are quiet, but the ones who are actively speaking out against it. The truth is this. They've already shown us who they are. Their allegiances are mixed. They're not guided by a principle of unity, but by convenience, personal comfort, or social currency. These are the ones saying, oh no, we shouldn't do that to our Black brothers and sisters. We shouldn't hit them in the pockets. Ask yourself, how else are we supposed to gain respect in a capitalist global society if not through economic pressure? Would you really rather sacrifice the dignity of our foundational Black American people just to make sure your friends, your business partners or your Pan-Africanist associates don't feel offended or don't have to suffer the consequences of their disrespect, because that's what we're talking about. We're talking about disrespect. And if you got YouTubers or anybody else who has a problem with this boycott, that tells you everything we need to know about these people and where they stand. And it's a boycott for respect and dignity. So would you rather us not proceed forward to try to get our respect and dignity from these Africans who for decades at this point have been saying horrible things about us? Somebody type Akata in the chat room. Somebody type Black Americans are lazy in the chat room. Somebody type work harder in the chat room. Go ahead. If you've been paying attention, you should be scouring the internet right now, taking names. Look at the content creators and the influence and the so-called community leaders who are trying to guilt us out of demand and accountability from African folks who are here in this country, who are part of the elite, the same elite largely who sold us into slavery. These people should be boycotted right along with the disrespectful voices abroad. Unsubscribe to their channels. Stop supporting them. They've shown you who they are. And that information is more valuable than anything else you could offer. The first group you eliminate in any real struggle, any real conflict, are the traitors and the sellouts within your ranks, or the people who are prone to do that. As for me, I stand 10 toes down with my foundational Black American brothers and sisters in this fight for respect in the global Black community. No exceptions, no compromise, no apologies. I have Black sons. I have Black sons who I want to be able to walk around in this world and hold their head up and nobody else call them Makata and tell them they're descendants of slaves. Well, you descendants of slave catchers. You descendant of people who stole us and sold us here. What does that make you better? See, here's what you need to understand, which the short-sighted don't understand. And as an author of a book that talks about conflict, I'm going to tell you all conflict comes to an end. Whether we're talking about war between nations or conflicts within families. And this is one that's been brewing for several decades. Now, that said, when this chapter is closed, when the disrespect has been acknowledged and when accountability has been met, then and only then can we consider the possibility of peaceful understanding and coexisting with our African family and our Caribbean family. Reconciliation can only come after recognition. But as it stands right now, today, we're in the middle of a necessary cultural correction. And in this moment, we as foundational Black Americans must stand together without hesitation. We have to show the world, and more importantly, we have to show ourselves that we are unified in our commitment to mutual respect, to dignity and self-respect. This is not about hate. We don't hate Africans. We don't hate Caribbeans. We don't hate anybody. We are loving, wonderful, beautiful, fantastic, amazing, God-blessed people. This is about respect. This is about honor. This is about defending the legacy of our ancestors and refusing to be disrespected on a land soaked with our blood. Until we're shown the same respect we extend to others, unity must begin at home with us. We're not the same people. This is something that's often repeated by African comrades and counterparts and cousins. But see, here's the thing. We're willing to live amongst you. We're willing to live and let live. We'll come eat your couscous and your fried fish. We'll come eat it. We'll come to your parties. We'll listen to your music. However, what foundational Black Americans want from African and Caribbean immigrants to allow that to happen can be summed up in one word: respect. FBAs want immigrants to understand the painful and specific history that Black Americans have had to endure in the United States. This includes centuries of slavery and violence and segregation of Jim Crow and trauma of lynchings and discriminatory policies like redlining and continued impact of mass incarceration and systematic racism. These struggles didn't just shape Black American life, they shaped the United States itself. And it paved the way for freedoms that many of you immigrants enjoy right now. FBAs are asking not for sympathy, but for acknowledgement of these facts and end to this casual mockery or judgment about issues like single parent homes and education gaps without recognizing the historical roots of these challenges that we face. Understand these realities foster the kind of respect necessary for peaceful and cooperative relationships within a shared racial or ethnic space. Understanding matters because much of the disrespect FBAs face from some immigrants stem from ignorance rather than outright hostility. See, when newcomers criticize the conditions of Black American communities without knowing the centuries-long war that was waged against us, it comes off as arrogant and dismissive. If that history were fully understood, the legacy of slavery and the intentional suppression of progress, the resilience required just to strive, many of those judgments would disappear. Foundational Black Americans want the understanding because it serves as the foundation for cultural respect and empathy. And that's what we're really looking for my African brothers and sisters. See, this understanding is also necessary to protect the unique culture that FBAs have built in this country. Over hundreds of years, we developed distinct styles of music, speech, activism, fashion, and more, elements that have influenced global culture. But when the culture is detached from its history and treated as something to imitate or appropriate, its meaning is lost and its creators are erased. Respecting the history means respecting the culture and the people who created it. Without that respect, identity becomes diluted and cultural ownership becomes contested. Some immigrants adopt harmful beliefs shaped by white supremacy. We're lazy, we're disorganized, we lack discipline. They might even point their own personal success as proof of superiority. They do it all the time. We do so well over here. You just lazy. Work harder. Somebody type work harder in the chat room. But see, that crumbles under this historical truth. Foundational Black Americans didn't fail. We never did. We survived for 400 plus years of targeted oppression. The mere fact that we're still here and still creating and still influencing culture is evidence of our strength, not weaknesses. And once that truth is acknowledged openly and recognized, there's no room for superiority, only mutual respect. We also want acknowledgement of the fact that a lot of you immigrants, if not all of you all, are benefiting from our fight. Whether we talk about the civil rights movement, which opened doors for jobs, schools, housing, and legal protections, it was denied to Black people. Those laws that we fought for are still in place and you all still benefit. That's the Africans, the Caribbeans, and everybody else. You arrive here with ambitions to succeed in America, but you ignore the history and you dismiss what we had to do to get it, and that breeds resentment. FBAs are not trying to shut anyone out. We simply asking for recognition, not erasure. See, understanding history helps prevent unintentional misalignments with systems that still try to marginalize us. And it opens the door for solidarity instead of division, which is what we have now. The ultimate goal is not to try to guilt trip immigrants. The goal is to try to create respectable relationships, one in which FBAs are not overlooked, not dismissed, and not disrespected, but instead honored as the foundation of the Black presence in America. Foundational Black Americans want the right to define ourselves by our own terms. And whether we choose to call ourselves Black Americans or foundational Black Americans, that identity should be respected. We shouldn't be pressured to try to explain to you what part of Africa we from, or refer to ourselves as African or Pan-African, because that label doesn't reflect our lived experience. And this is not a denial of our ancestral roots. It's an affirmation of our cultural identity forged through generations of hardship, creativity, resilience, and toughness here in America. Wanting to be recognized for that does not mean rejecting others. It means taking pride in what we built. Now, FBAs are asking Africans and Caribbean immigrants to respect cultural identities and boundaries by being honest and proud about who you are without attempting to claim our identity, something that's not yours. And what does this mean? This means you refraining from identifying as Black American or quote unquote African American, particularly on applications, employment forms, and scholarships or programs specifically intended to address the historical injustices and systematic barriers we face. See, those scholarships and set-asides that get you all in those law schools and medical schools and get you in those jobs, those resources are a result of centuries of struggle and sacrifice and advocacy unique to FBA experience. And this is why when you come in and take those spots, that's why brothers like Tariq Nasheed and many of these people call you tethers. Because you tether yourself to our success and you get drug along and then you jump in front and take a spot. You Black immigrants should proudly identify yourself as Nigerian, Jamaican, Ghanaian, Senegalese, or whatever your true heritage is, rather than attempting to benefit from a lineage of oppression and resilience that you didn't live through. Honoring those boundaries is not about excluding you. It's about integrity. It's about cultural honesty. It's about ensuring that the reparative efforts reach the communities for whom they're designed. Stop lying on those applications to get in those Ivy League schools and those medical schools, family. That's why we don't like you. That's why we think you're disrespectful. Stop claiming ownership to foundational Black American culture while criticizing the very same people who created it. And another thing, stay out of our business. Stay out of FBA-centered conversations unless there's a clear understanding of the context. Participating in Black American culture should come with knowledge and humility, not entitlement. You don't see me running over there to Nigeria talking about what y'all doing, do you? I just come, I eat the food, and I go about my business. Same thing with you Jamaicans and all the rest of y'all. See, these boundaries are not meant to divide. They exist to protect the integrity of a culture that has too often been taken for granted and exploited. Stop looking down on Black Americans. Many of us are frustrated by some of the same African and Caribbean immigrants speaking about. You talk about us as if we're morally flawed and uneducated and culturally broken. You all got the nerve to tell us we have no culture, even though you are inundated in it. Your condescending attitude, it stems from the assumption that coming from a Black majority nation or more traditional culture makes you superior. But that view is both historically uninformed and deeply offensive. It erases the fact that foundational Black American descendants of those who were enslaved in the U.S. and who were here before that built this country through centuries of unpaid labor, resistance, and sacrifice. We fought, we bled, we died to secure the very rights and legal protections and opportunities that many of you Black immigrants benefit from. Yet, when you bring your sad selves over here, Many of you all settle in these low-income black neighborhoods, and you unfairly judge all of us by black folks who are unserved members of the FBA community. Shout out to Jop. I can't say that name. Jop. I'm going to call you Jop. And even then, you fail to acknowledge the historical trauma and systematic barriers that produce those conditions. A common tactic is to compare the most highly educated and economically successful immigrants to the most disadvantaged foundational black Americans. And you draw your conclusions based on that unbalanced picture. And that comparison not only lacks nuance, it overlooks the accomplishments of high-achieving foundational black Americans altogether. Because see, according to the Pew Research, 37% of US-born black Americans aged 25 and older hold at least an associate's degree. And FBAs continue to make significant gains in sectors of law, medicine, politics, and business. Despite high levels of education among some immigrant groups, did you know that only 35% of immigrants, you got 35% of y'all have degrees compared to 22% of US blacks? When y'all come over here with money from upper echelon families, and irrespective of all that, many of you African immigrants, you the lowest paid immigrants in America. Your median household income is anywhere between $57,000 to $63,000. Only 43% or 40% of black immigrants own homes in the United States, compared to 64% of the rest of the immigrants. So you're not doing that well. You're still suffering from the same racial issues that we've been dealing with. But we can't talk to you, so we don't. We just let you learn the hard way. And here's the cold part about it. When you compare the top 10% of foundational black Americans with the top 10% of black and Caribbean immigrants, we consistently outperform you in leadership, property ownership, institutional influence, and generational wealth. I talked about this the other night. When you compare our top 10% to the rest of the 10% in the diaspora, FBAs are blowing y'all out the water. Our top 10% makes well over $100,000. Your top 10% barely gets $80,000 to $100,000. And that's the Africans. The Caribbeans make less than that. And look, we're not trying to deny anybody's success. We're definitely not demanding pity. It's about honest respect. It is disingenuous to ignore the historical foundation laid by FBAs while attempting to build one's success on top of it. That's what you all doing. And to enter into a country built by FBA blood, sweat, and resistance and act superior to the very people that made the opportunity possible is not only ignorant, it is profoundly disrespectful. And let me tell you something as I wrap this thing up, because I want you to hear me very clearly. We know who you are. See, the most insidious part of this entire dynamic is that the people who profited from selling black Americans' ancestors into slavery were not the desperate poor of the African continent. They were the wealthy, well-positioned African elites, chiefs, war captains, court brokers, and traders who negotiated deals with European slavers because they had the authority and the most to gain. Now let's fast forward to today. Today, ask yourself, who shows up in the United States and the UK? It's not the barefoot village farmer. It's the descendants, whether by bloodline or class status, of those same elite networks. These are the families with land, political influence, Western educations, and passports, and money for plane tickets, and money for university tuition and investor visas. That's why foundational black Americans are absolutely right to be offended when one when the members of this global black upper class arrive here, standing on both inherited privilege and the blood-won gains of the civil rights movement, and then have the audacity, the unremitted gall to look down on us or claim we're not the same people. The arrogance carries weight when you remember whose ancestors chained whom, who profited from the sale, who delivered human cargo to the coast, who now flies first class into the country built on the backs of those very captives' descendants. Today, it is still the descendants of those same African elites who have the means to migrate abroad. The average poor African can't afford an international travel trip, nor do they typically arrive in America with PhDs or other professional degrees. So what does that tell you? The Africans you see walking college campuses or entering into corporate boardrooms here in the US are more often than not the beneficiaries of the same power structure and class system that sold our ancestors into bondage. Now, these are the people, these are the individual the descendants of the slavers, mocking us, disrespecting us. And the same ones that boldly assert we're not the same, echoing the very same mindset their ancestors held when they auction us off to European slavers in telling us we're different. They are not bridging the cultural gap by doing that. They are reinforcing century-old betrayal. I don't take issue with the average African on the continent struggling to survive under colonial leftovers and economic exploitation. My issue lies squarely with the ones who migrate over here. They cash in on our hard-fought gains and they posture themselves as superior. They are the modern-day beneficiaries of our enslavement and our families, and they were complicit. And their privilege and mobility and educational opportunity in the West exists because their ancestors helped chain ours. So the next time one of these Africans who are over here boasts that he is the child of a chief or a dignitary or a CEO of some oil company or whatever, make sure you tell him we know exactly who you are or her. And the blood of our ancestors is on his hands just as surely as it was on the hands of those who sold them. And we won't let them forget it. Now, if you want to know, let's get down and dirty with the nitty gritty since we almost finished with this. If you want to know who played a role in selling our ancestors, you don't always need the DNA test. You just need to listen carefully when they say their name. You're learning something, ain't you? Just listen careful when they say their name. Let me say that again. If you want to know who sold us into slavery, especially the ones that come over here, just listen carefully when they say their name. See, across much of Africa, names like Wengu, the names aren't random. They're cultural timestamps and tribal flags and lineage markers passed down from generations. In societies like the Yoruba, the Igbo, the Akan, and the Shona, a name can immediately reveal your tribe, your clan, your family status, and even the region of your origin. Names like Okonokuwo, Igbo, Ediyami, Yoruba. They aren't just sounds, they're receipts. Somebody type receipts in the chat room. Receipts. In the Akan culture of Ghana, the Akan being heavily involved in slavery, a name like Kwame Nkrumah tells you not only that the man was born on Saturday, but also hints at his bloodline. Prefixes and suffixes and root syllables hold weight. They signify who your people are, where they're from, and often what side of history they stood on. So when we as a foundation of Black American hear names like Edigo or Abing or Chinoso or Mwagwe, we're not just hearing identity, we're hearing history. The name you wear so proudly, more than likely not, links you to the kingdoms and clans and ethnic networks known to have captured, sold, and delivered our ancestors to European slavers. Whether you come from the Dahomey, the Oyo, the Ashanti, the Futu, the Jalan, or the Oro Confederacy, we know the record. And if that name ties you to those systems of power, we see you. And we see your application when you apply to Harvard. And we see your name tag when you show up for that job interview. And we as foundational Black Americans don't just have to boycott your little businesses. We can boycott your access to what we have, because we are certainly not going to allow somebody who participated in the slave trade, whose family benefited from the slave trade, we are certainly not going to let you take our positions. Will we? Somebody type boycott in the chat room. See, it matters because the very presence of the name is a telltale sign. It tells us that your family was intact enough to pass it on, that your bloodline was preserved while others were torn apart, renamed and erased and scattered across plantations. See, I don't have my African ancestors' last name. My name is Spurling. That's some kind of British or German name. I can trace my roots back to the Spurling plantation in Virginia, where it was a damn breeding farm. So if I did have African ancestors who sold into slavery, I don't know now. They stripped our name, they stripped our cultures, they stripped everything from us. Yet you remain intact. Somebody type boycott in the chat room. Let's make this real. Let's bring it on home. See, your tribal name survived the Middle Passage because you didn't take the trip. You took a first-class flight to New York or New Jersey or DC. That's why y'all can still trace your clan and your land holdings. That's why some of you arrive as the son of a chief, the daughter of a dignitary, the great-grandchild of a king. And when you look down your nose at us, those of us whose names were stripped, whose family trees were burned at both ends, we hear your ancestors' arrogance. Somebody type boycott in the chat room if we really want to get down to it. Now, to be fair, not every name tells the full story. Colonization did disrupt naming systems. Some people carry European or Arabic names imposed by missionaries and imperial rule. Intermarriage, urbanization, Pan-African name. You got a bunch of Black people over there. My name is Ubuntu. You are from Detroit. Your name is not Ubuntu Mifafwe. Okay? So we do have some blurred lines. But in traditional settings, in the villages, the royal courts, and the oral histories, names still mean something. More often than not, when we hear yours, we can make an educated guess whether you come from the stock of the enslaved or the stock of the enslavers. Next time you go to one of the movies and they got some African person playing Harriet Tubman or Martin Luther King or Thurgood Marshall, or I don't know, pick a name, Robin Harris. Next time you go, pay attention to what's up on the board. Use your chat GPT. Take a picture. More importantly, when you get these African folks boasting about the tribe they came from or their status or their ancestral glory, remember their name. Because their name tells you who they are. And we, as the children of the broken, the renamed and the forgotten, we remember everything. That being the case, we know who you are. God bless you. This is Uncle D. And as I always say, shout out to everybody in the chat room. I'm out.
Dennis Spurling.
In the city where the lights don't sleep, Uncle D got the vibe so deep. Representing men strong and free. Dennis Spurling's the king of the spree. In the streets where the rhythm flows, black men rising, that's how it goes. Uncle D got the truth to show. In his heart, that's where the fire glows. Late night tuning, light up the stream. Dennis Spurling, wisdom gleam. Voices whisper truth and insight. In his podcast, feel the light. Harmony in every word. Truth and laughter you've heard. Well, that's alright. Wave after wave of smooth delight. Dennis brings the dark to light. That's the blizzard, baby! Share the tales unfold. The stories born like morning gold. Feeling the wisdom inside me. Subscribing like time after time.
Black men, black men, black men. I want to salute you. Your incarceration rate is down. The education rate is up. We up. We went from. We are doing great for ourselves. So you should salute yourself. Shout out to all the brothers out there, whether you're a truck driver or engineer, whether you're an electrician or garbage man, a doctor or lawyer, if you're a hard-working brother, if you fresh out the penitentiary, but you on your grind and you doing it legal and you trying to make amends for yourself, man, I salute you too, brothers. God bless you. This is Uncle D, and you know, I'm out.